This video is being shown to you under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Hit the like button. Let's go. What's up, Survivor Nation? It's your girl, Survivor Speaks, and we are back to resume the rewind of the Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles trial. So I hope you all enjoyed your Thanksgiving holiday with family and friends. I cannot believe that the Christmas season has begun, and we are almost into the year of 2025. If you are like me, you are glad to see 2024 go. It has been full of ups and downs, but nonetheless, we made it. So we are viewing the penalty phase of the Anthony Burgos Aviles trial. As you may know, we interrupted our last show to support Flesh of the Gods panel. So we are picking up in the middle of the classification officer's testimony. All right, and so we're going to get right into that. Just give me a second here so that I can go ahead and do this. And today we are live streaming on YouTube and Twitter. Hi to the Twitter world. If you're here, thank you so much for your support. Let me just get back here 1 second. All right. What we're viewing now, I don't think that we have any trigger warnings as of now, but if we do come upon some trigger warnings, I will let you guys know, and I will put the banner across the screen. But without further ado, let's go on ahead and resume the rewind. Hopefully we can get through all of this today and be done with this trial. I have another trial already lined up. It's a short one because it wasn't really a trial like that. Basically, they just went through the motions because it's a judge that was convicted of red rum, and he kind of pleaded to it. And so they basically just had the court proceeding to put it all on the record. It is an interesting tearjerker of a trial. And it also shows us how, people in power, like judges, really, they are people in power because they are like the head juror over a trial, or the referee, if you will. So they have a lot of influence, a lot of power to do a lot of things while, being on that bench. In the case that we're going to cover next, it definitely shows, this judge, he was convicted of abusing his wife. They gave him a slap on the wrist. He did a very short amount of time, only to come out and unalive her. But it just brings to question, should judges, attorneys, prosecutors, or DAs that break the law, should they be given some type of pass because they worked in the criminal system? I don't think so. Actually, from my experience as being a correction officer, um, for a charge that they may give someone that's not in law enforcement, you may get say you have a charge in the um, punishment is 3 years. But if you're a law enforcement officer, it's 6 years for you. And that's the way they explained it to us when I was working as a correction officer. Hey, Factual Live, thank you so much for coming. I do appreciate you. Hit that like button for me. So that's the way that they told us that, any if you are going to court or whatever. I mean, or if you committed a crime and you're a citizen, you may get one charge. For a law enforcement officer. They double the time for you. So this next case that we will be covering, yeah, we're gonna see this play out in real time, where we have a judge here that just committed the law. He abused his wife in front of his children. Like she jumped out. She had to jump out of the car. And they kind of like just gave him a tap on the hand. So when he got out, he couldn't be a judge anymore. That's obvious, right? So, but they gave him a job, a state job that he should not have been given, so that he can pay his bills or whatever, and be quiet and just fade into the background. No, this guy decided to double down, and he went and unalived his wife. So yeah, I think this is very. Thank you so much, Factual. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. So I think that case is going to be a very, very interesting case, because we get to see just how influential people that are in power can be. And the first part of that trial, you get to see all of the people coming to court, cheering this guy on, helping him, supporting him. He had all types of lawyers there, prosecutors there, everybody there to speak on his behalf. And only so when he got out of jail, not only did he slap the judge in the face, he slapped all of those people in the face as well. So when he went to court for unaliving his wife, now none of them were there. You should not have been there in the first place. You should not have been there in the first place. To see his ex-wife and what he did to her was disturbing. If she didn't jump out of that car, and Good Samaritans didn't let her into their car, he would have unalived her in front of her children. And when he did unalive her, he did just that in front of his children. And so, yeah, that's the case that I definitely want to cover next. Because, yeah, you got to hold these people to some type of standard. The same thing that we're seeing in the YSL case. Everybody on the state side, the prosecution side, they should be charged. That's my thoughts. That because I'm watching the trial, as well as the rest of the world is watching the trial. They have committed so many crimes during this trial. Crazy, right? Factual Lie. You've been there. We're in the chats together. They've been committing so many crimes to get in court and lie. It's a crime. Just look at Stillwell, for instance. He's incarcerated supposedly for getting on the stand and not testifying to the factual basis that was listed in his plea agreement. When we all know that almost every one of those witnesses that took a plea deal got on the stand and didn't say what You know what? Factual law. I really didn't get into the Cameron Reed case, but I'm definitely going to backtrack. Backtrack because I hear so many people talking about the Cameron Reed case. So that is something that I'm going to view. You know, on my own, just to see what it's about. But that's one case that I let slip by me, and I've been hearing so much about it, but we're so locked into the YSL trial that I'm gonna have to go back to that one. But if you as just a regular citizen get on the stand and perjure yourself, it's a crime. It's no different for the people that are bringing these charges. It's no different for these investigators that have gotten on the stand in a YSL trial and just lied, flat out lied. And they would have gotten away with it had the attorneys on the other side just been sitting there like, okay, we don't care. We're just here to get played. So let's throw our thumbs and let them do what they got to do. But no, them attorneys made them answer to every single lie that they told. So that's perjury. Sledge is not locked up because he got on the stand and didn't repeat those factual basis statements that he agreed to in his plea agreement. If you look back at all of the witnesses that got on the stand that took a plea agreement, they all did the same thing. They all danced around. Is YSL a gang? Oh, you can look at it like that, but I don't think that. Oh, is YSL a gang? Oh, no, YSL is not a gang. It's a music label. They all did that. The difference with Steele did what nobody else did. And that was he told Love the truth about herself. And it went viral. And that's why he's in jail. I shared 2 videos from when Moontook was on trial on TikTok. Both of them got over 10,000 views. Just like that. And then like the people are not just liking the video, they're responding. So imagine me over there and I'm responding back to them because it's a two-way conversation. But everybody is like, oh man, I missed that. Like, oh, somebody finally told her. Yeah. Hi, Regina McD. Welcome. Thank you for coming. We got you and Factual Law here. We have some people watching on Twitter. So yeah, so I shared those videos over there, and like I said, they each got over 10,000. I don't even know where they are right now because I didn't check back over there because I shared another video of Love, and I forget which person was on the stand, and those videos got over 20,000 views, and people expressing their disgust for what's going on in this trial. And so, we're all nervous. We are all tuned in, and we are all watching. What's going on. We're still invested in what's going on. As we know that they are in deliberations right now for Yak Gotti and Shannon Stillwell. Like I said, after Hilton's closing statements, I have I just have my soul is like just not. I don't know where it's going. I was so confident before that. And so I also think that that's something that needs to be changed. I don't think that during closing statements that they should be allowed to say anything and the other side not be able to object. Still invested, Regina. Yeah. So someone did, and I forget which person, which platform I was on. I know it was, probably Flesh of the Gods, or it wasn't, because Cat Williams has not really been on since, we've been on I think it was on Flesh of the Gods. Anyway, someone asked the lady from Law and Crime where they're going to be covering the second YSL trial. And right now that's, just up in the air. I think that I'm going to tune in and watch it because I want to see, because some of the same players have to still come back to testify is what I'm thinking. Because they have to all corroborate each other's stories, which they have not even done in the first case. This case is about a bunch of young people living in an area. They have committed some crimes. Now, do I think that they committed some crimes? Yes, I do. But do I think that they're charging the right people with the crimes that they committed? No, I don't. I don't. Kenneth Copeland definitely did a lot of these crimes. If you've been following the trial, it is what it is. Kenneth Copeland definitely, to me, had a motive to unalive Nut. He had the motive, he had the means, we all know who he was, until now he has made this change in his life now. But do I think that he committed a lot of these crimes? Yes, I do. Another thing that I don't agree with, and they definitely need to change this. If someone already committed a crime, they've already been tried for it, and they served their time, they should not be able to bring those charges back and put it into a RICO to beef up their case because they just want to win a RICO. That's double jeopardy to me. I don't care how you look at it. Those people have already served their time for those crimes. It is wrong. They definitely need to look at the laws in Georgia, and they need to change the laws in Georgia. I think that law needs to be brought up on charges, but they have some type of immunity because they are the prosecutors and things like that. That should not be. Love needs to be brought up on some type of charges. She doesn't even know what the law is. And it really showed, because the only way that it really showed, Regina, you said should not bring it up. I probably got lost. Like what? Bring what up? I'm sure it's something that I said, but I'm just bring what up. She definitely. If you Google demand fairness for Mr. Antonio Slade, there is a petition. So yeah, what I do know is factual lie. And I have spoken to him, and you know what? Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna have to write that down. So the angry lawyer had got Sledge's paperwork and started going through the paperwork. And at the time when he started going through Sledge's paperwork, I asked him, was he going to take the case? Because he was on our platform. He was on Empress, Fox's platform. And he was talking about Sledge, and he had the court documents. And he was showing how they had one court document that said something, but the final court document was totally different, and things were charged wrong, and there was so much going on with Sledge's paperwork. And so, first of all, they can do something about, I believe, ineffective counsel. Like, his counsel just did not care. And a lot of people are saying, like, oh, well, his counsel was ineffective. My thing was, you got to listen to what they're saying when they're talking, right? Because his counsel said that, yeah, he wanted to get out of jail because his mother was sick, and his mother did, in fact, pass away. She was sick. That was the truth. He wanted to get out of Rice Street because Rice Street is animals shouldn't be living on Rice Street in the condition that it's in. So he wanted to get out of jail, but for his attorney to come into the courtroom and say, oh, they really didn't read the factual the factual oh, it escaped my brain right now. Um, they really didn't pay attention to this, that, and the third. The fact that Sledge said he was not agreeing to three of uh, those factual agreements, whatever you call them right now. I can't think of the correct term right now. Just know I always let people know that I have chemo fog brain, and it just happens. So sorry about that, but sorry, not sorry. Because it's something that I can't change. But yeah, Regina, I was agreeing with you. Should not bring up old right that have been rectified. Right with the eggs. Right, that is double jeopardy. And for them to say that they're allowed to put it in this case because this is a RICO case is bullcrap. And I'm wondering how many people are sitting in jail, not even as it relates to RICO, just as it relates to love, lying, having influence over the court. If we really, really think about it, and if we really, really look at this, we got to look at this case, right? From when Glanville was on the stand. They were getting everything. They were allowed to get everything put in. A lot of defense's objections were being overruled. All of their objections were being sustained. And Glanville really didn't take any action until he got really, really, really upset with Love. And I was watching the other day, I went back and I was watching one of the court dates from when Glanville was on the stand, and him and Love was going back and forth. And he said, you know what, Love, you need to stop this. You do this thing all the time. I make a ruling, you argue, you throw a tantrum, and until I relook. So if you know this already and you're able to verbalize this, why don't you stop it? But see, the reason why their case was so shoddy is because Glanville was just letting them, allowing anything in. The way Glanville allowed Gaither to get on that stand and testify the first time, nobody would allow that. She wasn't just testifying, she was providing commentary. The fact that she sat on that stand and said, when they asked her, one of the defense, I want to say it was one of them, they asked her like to prove something that she had said on the stand. And she's like, the proof is they're going around and just unaliving. That's not the word that she used. Unaliving and pow-powing people in the head. That's the proof. A judge would never let that just ride like that. Even Viverito on the stand recently, they're asking you questions that require a yes or no answer. But you couldn't just say yes or no. You had to give commentary first and then answer the question. So, even if Shannon and Yak are found guilty, which, I think they're going to be found guilty of some lesser charges, this is going to be thrown out on appeal. They don't even have to get to after Glanville was recused. It's going to be thrown out from when Glanville was on the bench. He let a lot of stuff go on, and it's not, true. And the people that choose to close their eyes to this case and they don't want to watch and don't care. It could be your family. It can be any one of your brothers, your aunt, because we all saw that they have these, a couple of women coming in to testify. If the worst happens, it's great for an appeal. Yeah, it's great for an appeal, but the only thing is, sometimes an appeal takes years. It takes years to get an appeal. why should they have to continue to sit in jail until, the case goes to the appellate courts? Why should they have to be? The only way they won't have to be is, it is really up to the judge. She can say, if they're appealing it, they can say, okay, we're going to give them a bond until the appeal. And that's the only way they'll be able to do that. But in this case, we all see how they did not want to give certain people bail. So you was just about to bring her up, Vivarito. She was horrible. And the fact that she said that if she would have known, which I know that she already knew, that the $24 million on the N-word's head was, if she would have known, because she's acting like she didn't know, but if she would have known that they were talking about little Uzi Vert, she would have still done the same thing anyway. There is no way in HE double hockey sticks that she should have been allowed to testify. And based on that, all of her testimony should have been struck. They didn't ask for them to strike her testimony because of that $24 million question, but they could have, because it clearly shows her bias. You wanted this to be about Jeffrey Williams putting $24 million on somebody's head so bad. Yes, factual lie. I was livid. Nightbot, Fightbot. I don't know why not Nightbot. I actually, I don't know why you're over posting a Nightbot. I don't know why he's over posting, but it's because I thought I changed him, but he's doing whatever. But yeah, that's crazy. And not to mention, you have Floyd Mayweather in that group chat with them. Like, yeah, they were all talking about how it was crazy that little Uzi Vert had a $24 million diamond implanted in the middle of his forehead. He had surgery. He had them put it in. He had surgery to have them put that in his head for $24 million. So the fact that, and that's just a little bit of what she did, like what she did wrong, or what was just like the whole statement that she made about she's in the bushes watching them in their own habitat. That's something that when you watch the Animal Channel, you hear them say that. Regina, someone said to me, I want our men and young boys and railroad them. I know that they are gangs, but you must have the evidence. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. But what they also did, Regina, was they took Jeffrey Williams' good deeds and tried to fit them into the narrative about him being a gang and him paying people to, commit crimes for him. He's not saying that he's an angel. That's not, he never said that. But when he made it big, he started giving back. The people that he was running with, he tried to give them jobs. If they messed that up, he sent them home. He cut them off. He stopped talking to them. So the whole thing about, the money counter in his house, and for the drugs, that half a bowl of drugs, what was that? How much money was they gonna make off of that half a bowl of weed they showed us? I mean, the bag of weed they found in the closet, it was more in there. But come on now, we all know they're using that for, their own consumption. Like, it's for their own enjoyment. And the fact that they kept saying, you had to pay $25 in order to become a part of YSL. What? Jeffrey don't need $25. a person to become a part of YSL. And then you have these other people out here claiming that they started YSL. Like Mondo, I still feel the way I feel about him. I feel like Mondo, Fanny was Mondo's attorney. And while this trial has been going on, I kept saying, why in the heck is he going from platform to platform to platform, arguing about YSL, saying all of these things that can be used against them in a court of freaking law? Right, Regina. Exactly. Regina. Why is my oh, there it is. Trying to put this up. So yeah, right. I love when the one guy said they changed it to Young Successful Life, even the lyrics girl. Come on. Yeah. Exactly. And factual lie, when you got money, you buy in bulk, not $20 baggies. Let me tell you something. Even the codeine that they found in his house, we all know, if you see a rapper with a white cup in their hand, that's what it is. Now, is it something that, they all need to get help with? Yeah, it is something that they all need to get help with. Because it is damaging, doing a lot of damage to them. But I agree, the same thing can be applied, factual lie, to the amount of codeine that they found in his house. They drank that stuff. They were consuming that stuff, a lot of it. Because all day long, you see them walking around with the white cup. You know what it is. But for them to say, to change things the way they changed it, people just don't. I'm just very passionate about things like this, because it could be anybody. Imagine all the people that are incarcerated for lies that the attorneys and the investigators and everybody that worked on this case or worked on another case, they're locked up due to lies. And another point that I made, and I'm standing by it and sticking to it, Fanny keeps running around here talking about, the gangs, and she wants to get the gangs off the street, and people are unaliving people. But when Doug came to y'all, that's a problem y'all have, right? He came with a possible solution. Not that his solution would cure everything, but it would be a step in the right direction. Since you guys are saying that he has so much influence on the people in Fulton County, and we know he does. He has influence not just on the people in Fulton County. He has influence over whoever is a Young Thug fan. But for Fulton County, he was going to give you guys $100,000 to have that gun buyback program. He was going to be there. So when it was done, y'all turned that down flat. And I understand somebody was like, Whitaker couldn't say yes to that. Whitaker couldn't say yes to that, but they could have said, okay, well, let us go back and see how, if that's something that can be done. And then if, to get all of the, the things together, like let's put something together to see how we can make this work. Y'all don't want it to make it work because it's a business. This is how they keep getting money, arresting people. It is a business. But yeah, it's a little overwhelming. It's disheartening. Like, I felt really, really bad for Shannon Stillwell. He looked like he was under a lot of pressure the day they did the closings. And, and just to see, I see some people have shared the picture of him and Shark hugging. It touches your heart. It touches your heart that these attorneys care about these men at this point. And you can see, and you can definitely tell that it is not about money. They've got to know their clients on a personal level. And and I love the way they humanized them, during this trial. They humanize them, like Shannon Stillwell, somebody that they have been attempting to unalive this guy for so long because of the prosecution and what you guys are putting out there. They don't care about these guys. All of this leaking of the interrogation tapes before court, because they were, for Woody, when they leaked his interrogation video, that's when he started giving them pushback about not wanting to testify. He did have his wife and 2 exes in the courtroom. Yeah, he did. He had his now factual lie. Wait a minute, factual lie, because wait a minute. I know about the 1 ex, and I know about the quote unquote supposed to be a alleged wife, because she's still saying that she's not agreeing or denying. She's not going to deny, or she's not saying that she is, or that she's not his wife. Something like that. Y'all get what I'm trying to say. So she's still, even though there is an attorney that pulled the paperwork, they got married on Zoom, alleged, let me put alleged, case KB, because KB on a cruise, but she all over this YouTube. She knows it like that. But she's still saying that she's not going to agree or disagree that she's his wife. There's an attorney that pulled the paperwork, and she said that unless the courts is lying, it's true. So she pulled the paperwork. They did a whole they did a live about it on the Leeds channel. So she's actually the fit lawyer from ATL. She's the one that pulled the paperwork. So though they know it more than we know. But factual lie, I just need wait. So I know about I know about the Alexander girl, the dancer. I know about KB. Who is the other ex-girlfriend? Because Viverito? Because I believe Viverito was dipping somewhere. Because you're just too involved. You are too involved. And for her to approach Kayla Bumpus the way she did, Kayla Bumpus also said she doesn't have a problem with her because of the YSL case. She has an issue with her because of all of some other cases that she was the attorney on. And the same thing that she's doing in the YSL case, she was trying to do to some of her former clients. So that's what she's saying, because everybody was trying to make it about, what's up, Chad Diggy? What's up? Everybody else was trying to, you're not sure the ex's name. Yeah, I need to know about that one, because I only know about the 2. But be coming in here dropping it like that. Because I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. So yeah, she was saying that it was her and Viverito, they had a problem. They've been had a issue with each other, and it was because of the way Viverito was handling some of her clients in other cases. So this is what Viverito does. But to me, I don't know what's going on with Shannon Stillwell, but the ladies love Shannon Stillwell. Now, I said, well, let me go back. I know he be looking a little rough, because he in the court, nobody really did do his hair or nothing like that. But my heart really goes out to Shannon Stillwell, because that thing bothered me so bad. I felt like really, really bad, and it was all because of Hilton's closing. I do believe that that's something that needs to change. You should not be able to get up there and say anything that you want to say, anything that wasn't a part of the case, anything that you were not allowed to say because you didn't have any facts and evidence. And I understand they give them a little more leeway at closing, but I don't think that that was, I don't think that was right. She was um Hilton is a disrespectful ghetto. You showed the world just how ghetto you are. I don't know if somebody told her, girl, you up there cooking. You up there look like you cooking and smoking crack. I don't know what you thought you did, but it wasn't a good look for you. It wasn't. But for her to be able to stand there and give that closing with the, like, matter of fact, like, what I'm saying is the truth, that bothered me so bad. It bothered me. It bothered me, and I can tell that it bothered Shannon. He was smiling until after she gave that closing. And it was really, really, it was really, really hurtful to see him and the way him and Sharp embraced. That was, I need a hug. I'm like, they're so used to being in court, I believe, being with their attorneys. It gives them a sense of, of being calm, and for it to be almost over, it's just like us. We are so tuned in. We are so locked in. Like, do we really, we want this to be over for them, but can we really stop watching a train wreck? So, I mean, it just bothered me. It hurt me really, really bad to see Shannon up there like that. And I'm just a little nervous about what the jury is going to do, but they did give us like some hope with the questions that they had, what they came back and had. At least we know that they are paying attention. But I need juror 56. I hope you are the foreperson, and the foreman, whatever they want to call. I hope you are. I hope you are, and I was hoping that they remembered Hilton in her closing arguments, the way she thought that everything was a joke about them being there, not being able to work. Y'all paying them $25 a day. What is that going to do? That's not even buying groceries nowadays. Not anything that's going to last. But for her to think that it was a joke, I'm hoping that they lean into stuff like that. But yeah, Monday it'll be here before we know it, and we shall see what their feelings are. And like I say, even if they find him guilty of lesser charges, I know they should not be charging him with no unaliving, because you don't really have any proof. And another thing that Hilton said that can be debunked, that I'm hoping that they really, really think about it. She's saying that when they went to Jeffrey's house to raid it, they couldn't go in the house because they didn't have a subpoena to go into the house. They had to wait for that to come. So according to her, they moved things around. They got rid of so much stuff because they couldn't, because SWAT couldn't go right in there right. Okay, so why they didn't get rid of some of those guns, that was especially the guns with the drum on it? Why didn't get rid of that? Why didn't they get rid of the codeine? Why didn't they get rid of even the marijuana? Why didn't they get rid of that stuff? If you're saying that, they did, and he was asleep on the couch, and you can see he kicked the gun underneath. How can you say that he was asleep on anybody's couch? Y'all was never in there, and he left. Come on. She's just up there saying anything. So if they got rid of stuff, what did they get rid of then? When y'all went inside and y'all found all this stuff, what did they get rid of? I'm hoping the jury asked that question. Okay, so if they went in and found all these guns and this marijuana and this codeine, well, what did they get rid of? That's what she said. That's what Hilton said. But yeah, it's really crazy. And the people that's on the stand, I love when Flesh of the Gods puts Bean's testimony up there. How he can't. He don't even know. He couldn't follow his finger if he put it in front of his case, in front of his face. How was he allowed to be on the stand like that, testifying? He was high as a kite. I was just confused. I'm just confused. But nonetheless, we are here. But I don't know if Law and Crime is going to be covering the second trial that's going to be starting. They said that it's up in the air. I think they should. I think that people are still going to be tuned in. People are still going to watch, because wouldn't they have to use some of the same witnesses that they used for the first trial? They probably. I think that they're going to have to. Woody may be back on the stand. Like, all those people that were already on the stand, they may be back on the stand. Now, Sledge, I would tell them, F him. Don't call me. Nope. I'm in jail. They get 5 years. I got to do 5 years for something that I already served the time for. Make it make sense. I always have to be replay crew for yeah. Flesh of the Gods. He showed up, like, keeps it entertaining, and keeps us up, taking us back to some stuff that we may have forgot. Like the young lady that was on the stand. Y'all harassed her to get on the stand, but she was being sexually harassed by the investigator? What? Like, I had totally forgot about that until he played it the other day. And they had the text messages to prove it? Y'all. Oh, really? Yeah. So, yeah, he normally goes on at like around 8. So that's 2 a.m. What? A factual lie. Where you from? Where you at? Where you at? Where you from, factual lie? Yeah. Yeah, the other day, like, now, Flesh of the Gods was on. He had a long live the other day. He was on still around that time, because I fell asleep. I'm like, and I woke up and, oh, you're in the UK, okay. The other day he was on late. The other night though, around that time, it was a long live, because people are interested. Oh, so okay, England, okay, so yeah, you all are just a whole different time zone. But yeah, it's nice to see some of the testimony from before, because it really, like, like, this case was just jacked up. So yeah, it is good. So anyway, I don't know how we got off on this tangent. I'm supposed to be going I mean, it is interesting, but I was supposed to be playing finishing up this interview, excuse me, just rewind of Anthony Burgos. But it is something that can get you off topic, because you're just like looking like, and you're watching like this train wreck in front of you, and these are the people that are supposed to protect and serve, and they're not protecting and serving, but what they're doing is just taking full advantage of the power that they have and that they shouldn't have. And people like Love and Hilton and almost everybody on the other side, I'm going to take Adkins out of that. I do believe that he's just going to get along. And I think that if he was under a different set of people, that he would be different, because even when he tries, it doesn't like come off that way. But definitely Love and Hilton, and I'm gonna say Abasi as well, because he's all in the middle of this nonsense with Kayla and Viverito. You know, throwing rocks and hiding your hand, if you will. He's definitely, Kayla showed the text messages, like he was texting her. Um, but for them to have as much power as they have, it's a dangerous, dangerous situation. It's dangerous. It's dangerous because they are not just. I think so too. And somebody said that in Cat Not Williams chat that Atkins is like Atkins probably would is going to be looking to steal you hiring, shots you're hiring. But I just have such a big respect for every one of the attorneys that was on the other side. I really, really do. Even though we know they made a lot of money, you can tell that it became personal for some of them. And Jeffrey and Steele, they've had their relationship way before this even started. But you could tell, and for Bruce Harvey to be as tough as he is. Now, I've watched other cases that Bruce Harvey was the attorney in. And yeah, he's no joke. But for him to be in tears, not just at the podium when he was, fighting for him for his deal, but also when he did the interview with 11 Alive afterwards, he was crying once again. So for that, I just have a admiration for the way they, like I said, humanize these young men. And and they took it very serious, not just there just to be there, just to have to be warm bodies, but to actually fight for them, and to understand what they are going to. And even what Doug said at closing, and Hilton tried to use it to her advantage, to about the race card. He did not say it the way you said he said it. That's not what he said, but nonetheless, she's looking like a fool because everybody that's reposted the closing arguments. The titles on these thumbnails are not in favor of Hilton. She should be embarrassed, which she's not, but they seem to think that they are above the law. And all of them act like Fannie. Fannie got on the stand and acted the same way that they are acting in this courtroom. And if you want people to get on the stand and be and testify to stuff that they were a part of, and this person is the bad person here, and this, that, and the third, you get on the stand in your own cases and act like a donkey. Because that's what it was. Like disrespecting the people that are asking you questions. They're only doing their job, right? Because that's what you guys are saying. You're only doing your job. You just want to clean up your Fulton County, and we want to do this, and we want to get the gangs out of here, and all this other stuff. I hope that Jeffrey Williams sues them. I hope that he sues them. Because he still has a business named YSL. Spider is also another one of his businesses. It's a clothing line that he released while he was in jail. Love has pulled that into the case as well. Why, Love, do you see him wearing a shirt that says Spider? That's his clothing line. Y'all didn't think that he wasn't making money from inside jail? Y'all never heard of that? Yeah, they do. You have, rappers go to jail. They make music from jail. Y&W Melly, he put out several songs while he's been incarcerated. And the prosecutor in that case also. Everybody knows that he has issues, but the prosecutor in that case, she's no different from the prosecutors in this case. You have a case. You don't need to lie. You don't need to threaten people to come into the courtroom. You don't have to do all that. But the fact that you did, it is against the law. A factual lie, let me tell you something. They have no wins and no right to his items. His items weren't purchased using any type of money, even if 20 for all the people that they brought into the courtroom. Your argument is that they're charging $25 for them to be a part of YSL. It's not going to buy the things that Jeffrey Williams has. And not only that, it's not going to add up for them. And not only that, they never showed what Jeffrey Williams did in the YSL case that would, make him that much money to purchase those items that they confiscated. It doesn't add up. So I don't know how they think they're gonna win that, but I do know that Fannie filed a civil case. We did see proof that she paid Nathan Wade from this case that she didn't even win yet. So yeah, $770,000 you paid Nathan Wade to do what? He's not even qualified to be a special prosecutor. And she had him. What did she have him listed as a vendor? None of it makes sense. But I don't know how she's going to get. No, they didn't. But you know what? I was asking somebody. So remember, they were asked while the trial was going on before he took the plea deal, did they go over his financials? And they said no. But remember when after he took the deal at the end, they were saying that they did go through it. Well, I think Steele said it. They did go through his financial records and they could not find anything that they can use. Anything that would have been beneficial to them, they didn't find it, anything. So the fact that they think that they can keep his belongings is beyond me. And love, how did you know to ask that question? Why was that on your mind? No, the judge didn't know whether or not Jeffrey was taking a plea deal. Jeffrey didn't even know he was taking a plea deal. They were in talks about it, but remember when they let us back into the courtroom, the judge asked, is Mr. Williams going to be accepting a plea deal? And they said they didn't know, and still said, well, we still need to talk about it. And the judge said, I'll give you guys like a little bit of time to talk about it. And that's when she stepped off the bench and they had their conversations. She came back and said, listen, are y'all ready? And when they came up, that's when they knew. So how did love in your mind, like somebody must have been telling her, make sure you try to get them to say that he's to forfeit all of his belongings. You know how many? I think they confiscated 7 cars. He has the watches, which we all in the jury, we all know that one of the Richard Millies is missing. You can't tell me that Viverito didn't take that. She's the last one photographed with that watch in her statement about what happened with the watch after she took the picture with it. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't add up. It makes no sense. You were the last one seen with the watch. Viverito, I guarantee you, she has the watch, or she took the watch and gave it to somebody else. Maybe she gave it to somebody for a gift. I don't know if she sold it or what it is, but you're the last one seen pictured with this watch. And it was there. So, we'll see when it comes up next week. Whatever, they're going to do, but I just, pray that the jury gets it right. I just pray that they get it right. That's it. Because I don't think that nobody wants to be sitting in jail for something that they didn't do. Like I said, none of us ever said that they didn't commit crimes. Their attorneys even said that they didn't. They're not saying that they didn't commit some type of crime, but the crimes that y'all charging them with, and you're trying to, how are you going to say, okay, this person unalive these people, and now because that didn't fit your narrative, now, okay, oh no, so now they did it. Like, y'all keep moving the goalposts. It doesn't work like that. But yeah, but all the people that you got, all the people that were so dangerous to the streets before they took these plea deals, you have them on the street. And some of them have gotten on the stand and, agreed to committing some of these crimes, with the exception of the unalivings. Well, what he did say that, no, he said he's the one that shot up the barbershop. So, yeah, I'm gonna just try to get through this last bit of this. So anybody that catches on the replay, they'll catch on the replay. But we stopped right in the middle of, like I said, of the interrogation of the witness that's on the stand. Because I went over to support Flesh of the Gods and, his panel. So I was up there. I enjoyed that. So I just want to get through this, to finish. But the next case is really the case that I'm excited about that one. I also put up an interrogation of a young man that unalived his girlfriend and left his 1-year-old and 3-year-old children in a home with her. They were there for 17 hours. Nothing to eat, nothing to drink. They were there with their mother's body for 17 hours, and they were found clinging to their mother by their grandmother. And the interrogation, so I have the interrogation up in 3 parts. Hey, Catnut Williams, how are you? No, don't worry about worry. I was supposed to be, but we had other people in here. We started talking about the YSL trial, and we kind of got off track. And yeah, so here we are. We got off track, but yeah, because and Kat, I just want to say to you, oh my goodness, I was singing all types of Christmas carols when I saw you. Great job on going out and getting those, taking control and going out and making, some of the young kids happy around Christmas time. They don't have, or their parents may not, not parents, because, there were other people. So we used to do that every year at my job before I got laid off from my job. We used to do the Secret Santa thing. Not Secret Santa. It's the, what is it called? Oh my goodness. The tree. Anywho, yeah, we used to do that every year at our job also. And it used to be so excited to see, exciting to see like all of the gifts, and just making a child happy during Christmas. They're asking for things they know that they won't be able to get other than from people that are, that are willing to, take this on and help. But I just was like, oh, look at Santa Claus. She has all that stuff in the car and everything. So I was, kind of happy to see that. I'm pretty sure, Kat, that they should have some of those. I think they have some of those. They have some of those. You might be able to look in when you go in the back of your YouTube. They do have a something where you can play songs that you won't get dinged for. So they may have something on there that you may like. I forgot. I was looking at it yesterday. And so I kind of I have to look in the back of my YouTube again because I was like, oh, I think it says something like when you're in the back of YouTube, it says something like audio, and you go in there and they have a bunch of songs that you can use without being copyright stricken. And if I want to say, I clicked on it yesterday. I want to say that they do have like some Christmas songs on there when I looked yesterday. But anyway, I mean, it just warmed my heart when I saw the post of you, showing that, you went out and you got this, all the stuff for the children. And it's just such a nice gesture. And it's so nice that people can come together and make that happen for those children that don't have, anything otherwise. So yeah, nice job. When it comes to that, and to the slimes that donated. So that's what I wanted to say. You're welcome, Kat. You're always doing great things. We be talking about you over here, and in the other parts of the YouTube. How like it's Christmas every day for some of us out here helping grow channels and stuff like that. That means a lot to a lot of different people, and you give gifts every day by doing what you do. So we do talk about you often. You're a big topic in a lot of people's uh not commentary. I'm trying to content, because a lot of people do, you give you your flowers while you're here, and it's a wonderful thing to do because a lot of people will not or are not willing to say, hey, go check this person out, or drop the link down here and do that. Like a lot of people, I don't know, some people think that it's just like not, I want to keep everybody to myself, but that's not it. If people are going to go over there and listen, they're going to listen. If not, they're not. But you definitely have helped grow a lot of our channels, because you definitely helped me. Flesh of the Gods was saying the other day, because I'm over there all the time when he goes live, and it's a couple people out here that, they got Cat Not Williams is always being mentioned. And so you give gifts every day, and that's why, when I'm in your chat, I'm going to always support. When I have it, I'm going to support. I support those who support me. And it's a beautiful thing. And I did say in Flesh of the Gods chat the other night, and you weren't there. I'm going to tell you now that you're here. I said, a cat thinks that she's getting away after this YSL trial. She's not. We're going to stalk her. She's not going anywhere. And I know you're going to be doing some other type of content or whatever, but no, you're going to have to go live. Because we need our K&W fix. So yeah. But good job, good job, and thank you for all that you do. For people here on YouTube. I was one of the people that was going to give up, and I just was like, oh, I'm just going to just go back to watching people. And like you gave me hope. Like the day you said. I used to be on YouTube doing content. There would be 2 or 3 people in the chat, and I'd still be going. So yeah, I have that in my mind. Like I said, I have people slow drips, but it is what it is. But we do thank you, because I do know that that you helped a lot. So so I was trying to get through. We're on the penalty. We are in the penalty phase of this trial. He's already been found guilty. And so, I just wanted to finish this out because I had closed out of my live the other day to go support Flesh of the Gods for the panel that he had going on. Well, it's me and him on the panel. So I closed down over there. Here went over there. And so I just want to pick this up right in the middle, because I have another case that I'm really, really interested in rewinding on. I don't think a lot of people know about that trial, or I don't know if they paid attention to the trial, but it's a trial about the judge, Lance Mason. And it's a very short, it's not even a trial per se, because he pled guilty both times. But I was telling them about Lance Mason. The case of Lance Mason shows you how people in power, how they take care of each other, and how to take care of each other and make things happen for, people that are in power that they shouldn't. This judge assaulted, he really, really, he assaulted his wife at the time. In front of her children. She was in the car. If she didn't jump out of the car, he would have unalived her on that night. There was somebody, a good Samaritan, driving by, and she flagged him down and kind of just jumped into the back seat and told him to take her to the hospital. He had did so much damage to her that it, like I said, if she didn't jump out the car, she would have been unalived. So only for him to go to court, and the courtroom was filled with attorneys, prosecutors, other judges, all these people there speaking on his behalf. So the judge gave him, he was taken into custody, but it was like a slap on the wrist. Only for him to get out. He couldn't be a judge anymore, but they, one of the people, they gave him a job in the state. So he would still be making good money, but he just couldn't be a judge anymore. Only for him to unalive her in front of his children. And one of his daughters is mentally ill. And he unalived her. And so I think all of the people that were in the courtroom, the judges, the prosecutor, like, yeah, you all have blood on your hands. And the judge just sat on the bench because he didn't even serve he didn't even serve the time that was required that before he would have been paroled. If he would have been anyone else, he should not have been let out of jail that early. And not to say that, who's to say that even if he did do the time, that he wasn't going to come out and do what he did. But the simple fact that, you tapped him on the hand, arrested him, locked him up, he got out way before he was supposed to, only to come out here and unalive her in front of her children. It is crazy. So the fact that he pled guilty, they didn't have a trial. But it was, they still had to go do the motions in the courtroom, and there still was a proceeding. But yeah, that's the next case that I'm going to present. Like I said, and it's not too long. It's probably like 2 days. But I wanted to finish this one up, and we have a classification officer from the jail on the stand, and I was letting everybody know because it starts right in the middle. So I'm going to bring it on. Enough. I'm talked a lot about the YSL. Factual lie. We'll see each other in the chats, and I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about. There's still going to be a lot of rewinds. I think that's going to be done. But I still strongly believe that they need to change the way closing statements go, and things like that. They definitely need to change that. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to go through a trial and not be able to say something in the trial because it's facts, not in evidence, only to get to the closing, to the time right before the jury gets the case, to say all of these things matter-of-factly to the jury like it is truth. For somebody that already checked out during you may have jurors that have checked out during this trial because it was so long. And for Hilton to get up there and be able to say all those things that she said like it was proof and that like it was true, I think that it was totally wrong. Because like I said, I was so confident until she was allowed to get up there and make her closing statement the way she was. And that really, that is what gave me pause. Like, this is just not right. But she came off, because we know that they watch. We know they watch. And I just wish that they are going through some of these YouTube rewinds, and that they're seeing that Hilton You're looking like a fool out here to the world. I have not seen one person go over that closing statement again where the thumbnail says something positive about Hilton. Not one. So it would probably do you some help to look and see what you shouldn't do. And from seeing all these thumbnails and, you know, how everybody is like, you know, making, it's not making light of, but they're just, it's truth. Brings me back to when Kenneth Copeland was on the stand. And he said, when she said to him, well, when we came to the jail, I didn't say anything to you, did I? He said, no, because you was standing back there looking all hard, like you know, looking like you down or whatever. And she's like, what? No, you were standing there mean mugging, looking all hard and stuff like that. So, and that's exactly how she gave her closing statement. All of the neck rolling and doing all of this stuff, and now you're certain that Shannon Stillwell unalived these people, but it was somebody else before. Shannon Stillwell and somebody else before. Then you want to say that Yak did? No, it was somebody else before, and we all basically know who. You know, who was involved? Who had the most motive to unalive Nut? Woody did. Sorry, not sorry. He did. So, yeah, I'm gonna just start this here. Hopefully, this will be the end of this today. And we have like I said, the classification officer on the stand, because this is the penalty phase, explaining the differences in the levels for a inmate that is sentenced to life without parole versus somebody on death row. And inmates that are sentenced to life with life, but they have a chance to be paroled. I'm not. That's not the correct term for it right now. But okay, chemo fog. I got chemo fog. Sorry.
Don't quote me on this exactly, but probably 8 by 10, 8 by 12.
What's in there?
You'll have a steel metal bunk that's along the back wall. You'll have a steel toilet and sink combo, a mirror, and then a desk and chair. Steel desk that comes off the wall with a steel chair on the floor.
Your burden is to make a decision about that.
Well, what happened?
Those pictures are coming. Grizelda. It's. Okay, talk about
I don't know what I did. Y'all see this lady right here? Cindy? She normally comes over into my chat. I think she's a Cat Not Williams.
Let's not hide it.
I think she comes from Cat Not Williams, but she's I guess she's the court reporter. She comes here. She watched a lot of this trial with us. Hold on a minute, because how did we get here? Okay, so there we are. I'm like, wait a minute, how did we go all the way back there? Did I?
Dangerous tools. That's how we categorize them, dangerous versus non-dangerous. And each of them have to be inventoried before and after shifts. To your point about the knives in the kitchen, there are real knives in the kitchen, but they have to be tethered, to a working area where it can only go so far, but it's used to be able to cut the meal for the day or whatever they're making or preparing. However, that tether is only as good as the piece of wire that's holding it. So there are a lot of processes in place. There's also a lot of ways that individuals have found in the past to manipulate those processes or get by those processes to be able to get possession of a tool or a knife, which then becomes a weapon.
Can everyday objects also be made into weapons?
Yes, sir.
Can you give us some examples?
That pen right there. That's yes, sir. Any everyday object that is sharp or could be sharp. Anything that's a blunt object that has any kind of weight to it. Even something as simple as taking a whole bunch of soap and putting it together and putting it into a sock or a shirt. There's numerous ways that I've personally seen where inmates come up with things, everyday things, all the way to more elaborate type weapons to assault each other or assault staff.
May I approach a little? And what is the term for these sharp objects that could be, for example, a knife?
In prison, we call those shanks.
I'm going to show you within the mark. Let's say it's exhibit 536. Do you recognize the objects from that exhibit?
Yes, sir. I've seen.
Well, do you recognize them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are they accurate as to things that you've seen in your line of work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, put that down. 537. Do you recognize that object?
Yes, sir.
Is it something that you've seen in your 17 years?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
It's very accurate. The six objects that you've seen.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you basically the 538. You know what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it very accurately depict something that you've seen in your line of work?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you 539. Recognize that exhibit?
Yes, sir.
And does it very accurately depict items that you've seen before?
Yes, sir.
540. Do you recognize what's associated with 540?
Yes, sir.
And does it very accurately depict what's contained therein as something you've seen before?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Unless there's a connection to Mr. Burgos Aviles, you're objecting on this.
I don't know where Lola is not here today because she normally is like, Attorney Greasy. That's what she call him. Attorney Greasy.
So you're objecting those now?
Yes, sir. There's no connection.
Jury requires clarity of testimony in the weapons, active weapons, or accessible whatever made by G2, G3 inmates in the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. Have to be relevant to the case.
Oh, they got the thing. Another thing too, why don't they have him in a jail uniform? He's already been found guilty. He shouldn't get any special privileges because he's an ex border patrol officer. All right, let's see what we can fast forward past here. Sidebar.
Assaulted by death row or death sentence inmates in domestic gymnastics.
That's correct.
Now, between the ages of 25 and 55, in general population, were there any assaults on another person that was not an offender in which a weapon was not utilized, which resulted in serious injury?
Yes, sir. Same demographics. Assaults on non-inmates, so employees or volunteers, without a weapon, resulting in serious injury. There's been 136 total instances of assaults within the last 6 years.
And how do you have those classified with your G3, 4, and 5s?
43 G5s, 77 G4s, 15 G3s.
Compare that to death row. Any assaults where a weapon was not utilized, or a weapon that resulted in serious injury?
Yes, sir. In the last 6 years, there's been one incident with involving a death row individual.
Where a non-inmate was assaulted.
That's correct.
I want to talk about sexual abuse among the general population between the ages of 25 to 55. Have you had any of those cases?
Yes, sir. 7 instances of sexual abuse within the last 6 years.
Can you break them into G levels?
1 G5, 5 G4s, 1 G3.
G3 being a life without possibility of parole.
Could be, or just anyone 50 more years. But if they are life without parole, they have to be a G3, correct?
Any cases of sexual abuse committed by a death sentenced inmate on another person?
No, sir. Not within the last 6 years.
What about cases of inmates soliciting other inmates or staff members in violating TDCJ policies? Do you have those documented?
Yes, sir. Excuse me, I'm getting that page. So, again, same demographics, last 6 years. Soliciting assistance to violate TDCJ policies. There's been 1,100 reported incidents of that nature.
And if you break them up by classification group?
Yes, sir. 148 G5s, 868 G4s, 84 G3s, for a total of 1,100.
Those 84 G3s, it involves also individuals serving life without parole.
Yes, sir. Those are G3 custodies.
What about in comparing that to your death sentenced inmates?
There's been no incidents of that nature by death sentenced inmate in the last 6 years.
Inappropriate relationships with a staff member. What is that?
That is when an inmate is able to manipulate a correctional officer, a nurse, a volunteer, anybody, into establishing a relationship with them that is inappropriate. So that could be usually 2 different things. It could be a business relationship where they are now paying them to introduce dangerous contraband into a correctional facility, or a romantic type relationship where they are now, the employee is now compromised and is in some type of a romantic or sexual relationship with the inmate.
It happens.
It does happen.
How many times did it happen in the last 6 years with your general population?
Yes, sir. Same demographics, 25 to 55, establishing an inappropriate relationship with a staff member or volunteer. Last 6 years, we've had 116 instances of that nature.
116.
Yes, sir.
Can you break it down for the jury? How many in each category?
Yes, sir. 39 G5s, 52 G4s, 24 G3s, for a total of 115 out of general population.
Those inappropriate relationships of 24 G3s include those serving life without the possibility of parole.
Correct.
Now, those serving on a death row sentence, I'll ask you the same question.
Within the last 6 years, there was 1 incident.
Again, I already asked you, for death row or death sentence inmates, there's only 1 unit in the entire state.
That is correct for the males. Yes, sir.
Let's ask about, let's cover technology. What type of technology does your general population inmate have access to? And I'm talking about G2s, G3s, G1s.
So when you say technology, what communication type technology? Or?
Yes, I'm talking about computer, email, social media, any type of technology. If you can please tell the jury, if you're an inmate, Texas Department of Criminal Justice, and you're in a G3 unit, what access do you have to the outside world?
The first access is they have what's called the offender telephone system. So that's a system where they either pay through their trust fund or the family or friends pay to put minutes onto their account, and they can use those phones from 5:30 in the morning till 10:30 at night, and be able to make calls on those phones to family members or friends. So that's been in place for quite some time within the prison system, the offender telephone system. Then recently, TDCJ has worked on providing tablets for all the prison population, with the exception of certain populations and certain custodies and statuses. And so that is a very new technology. It's a tablet like you would imagine a little small iPad. It does not have any camera functions or anything of that nature, but inmates in population that are not within the higher custodies because of their behavior, they have access on those tablets to music, subscriptions, books, movies, games. They have what's called e-messaging on the tablet, so it's pretty much an email. So if someone's on their approved list that has signed up within that system, they can send and receive e-messages from that person throughout the whole day. And then they can also use their tablets at certain times of the day to make phone calls on. So instead of using the stationary offender telephone system, they can now put their little headphones in and use the tablet as a way to make phone calls as well.
Do you have a way to vet or screen the people they're emailing?
So we do have a approval process. However, it's very, very easy, and something that we battle every day for folks to make up fake names, fake email addresses, or multiple email addresses. So that's a constant battle. We have a fusion center within TDCJ that manages and works on vetting, but also discovering instances where we have false information being provided for an account.
So just like the safety inside the prison, these communication tools could be compromised.
Yes, sir.
And they could in fact be communicating with bad element outside.
That is correct. Another issue there when you say bad element is we could vet all day long, but if I send an e-message, if I'm an inmate and I send an e-message to my mom, I could then have her send that to anybody. So it doesn't really matter who is on the list per se. When you have that third party involvement, they could forward messages to anybody.
So it's a challenge to just keep up with technology.
Yes, sir, it is.
The life without possibility of parole. It's G3, but can that be moved up to G4, G5?
Yes, sir, based on their institutional adjustment behavior.
The individuals that are sentenced to life without parole, do you consider those individuals to be dangerous individuals?
I do consider them to be a significant concern to public safety. Obviously, every inmate is different. Every individual is different. But somebody that has been sentenced to capital murder, which is the only way that they would have a life without parole sentence, is a significant concern when I think about our mission to provide public safety. Of course, that involves every individual, whether it's 2 years or life. But when you have an individual, that's why we have a separate custody directly for that grouping, is to signify, hey, this is somebody that is serving an extensive amount of time. We got to focus a little more on those.
So, given all your experience in 17 years, so somebody who's been convicted of capital murder for stabbing a woman 27 times, do you consider that to be dangerous?
Yes, sir.
Somebody who's been convicted for killing a child under the age of 10 by cutting his jugular and carotid artery, is that person dangerous?
Yes, sir.
That's what it is.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name's William Boggs. Thank you for being here. I just want to make some things clear. Someone who's serving a life without parole, someone who's convicted of capital murder, as I understand, they would start as a G3 using the chart that you provided, correct?
That's correct.
And I believe on direct examination you said that they could move up to G4 or G5 if necessary. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, and I'm sorry, maybe I didn't understand. I understood that they could be in contact with someone who's a G2, but would someone who is convicted of life without parole, capital murder, ever become a G2?
No, sir.
Okay, so they would always maintain that security restriction that is a G3 throughout their stay. Is that correct?
Correct. So if an individual is serving 50 or more years, even up to life, they have the opportunity to become a G2 after 10 years of what we call flat time. However, that does not apply to life without parole, which is what we've been discussing today.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to understand. So, and I want the jury to be clear. So, Mr. Burgos Aviles, who was convicted of capital murder, in your classification, sir, will never become a G2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And he will certainly never become a G1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so the examples that you gave about G2s and G1s to all the hypotheticals or history that Mr. Alaniz referred to doesn't apply to Mr. Burgos Aviles. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that question?
It was very convoluted. I apologize. So, Mr. Alaniz asked you questions about past crimes over the last 6 years by inmates in TDCJ.
Yes, sir.
And in answer to those, you broke down the categories G1, G2, G3, I believe. Correct, sir?
No, sir. The data that I gave was only for G3 and above. It did not include any G2 or G1s, with the exception of the question about escape at the very beginning, which included some probationers, a G2. But everything after that was just G3, G4, G5, and then death row.
Okay. So, and I apologize. Maybe I misheard, because I thought the assaults you included G1s and G2s.
No, sir.
You did not? Okay, thank you. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You are here in your capacity as the Director of Classification for TDCJ. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And you testify frequently in these kinds of matters. Is that correct, sir?
I have done this before, yes, sir.
And sadly, I don't mean anything about you. I just mean it's a fabrication because it's murder.
Yes, sir.
So I didn't want to impugn you. Now, you indicated that, and I believe you called it the penitentiary packet, is compiled when someone comes through intake. Is that correct?
Prior to intake, before they are received into TDCJ, the county has the responsibility to build the penitentiary packet.
Okay. And the reason that you do that is because TDCJ relies on data and history in order to make their classifications and about safety. Is that correct?
Right, that is one piece of it. A big piece of it is making sure that everything the judge and the jury has put into place for this individual's future, the amount of time, the jail credit, everything dealing with the sentence, the right penal codes, and so on and so forth, that all of that is vetted and entered prior to receiving them. And then, yes, we use what we have from the jail and the county to build that classification profile about their history.
And because their history is the best predictor of their future. Is that correct, sir?
That's a predictor.
Okay.
I would argue that that's a predictor.
Well, TDCJ looks at their incarceration history because it wants to depend on data for making those decisions. Correct, sir?
Correct. We do rely on historical data as a point to be considered when classifying individuals, yes.
And I want to make sure that everyone understands in this jury, you have not put together a penitentiary packet yet for Mr. Burgos Aviles. Is that correct?
I do not put together penitentiary packets, I just review them. So I do not know what, There's not a penitentiary packet put together because we are still in trial.
Okay. And the point is, you have not reviewed any penitentiary packet or Mr. Burgos Aviles' Webb County Sheriff's Office records. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the opinions that you're giving us today are your general experience about being the classification director for CJ, correct?
To which part?
Your opinions are about your general experience within the Texas Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
You're not offering an individual opinion about Mr. Burgos Aviles.
That is correct.
In fact, you don't know yet whether or not Mr. Burgos Aviles represents a threat to the Texas prison system. Is that correct?
I know that he has been sentenced. Excuse me. He has been charged and sentenced to capital murder. And so I do know that.
Convicted, is that
Convicted,
correct?
excuse me. He has been convicted. Yes, sir.
I'm aware.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to make sure everyone understands your educational background. You're not a psychologist. That's correct, sir?
No, sir.
You're not a psychiatrist.
No, sir.
And you've never met with Mr. Burgos Aviles and conducted any examination with him?
I have not.
Okay. And matter of fact, I think you said on direct examination, to one of Mr. Alani's questions, every individual is different. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct.
And when you say every individual is different, just because someone is convicted of capital murder doesn't mean that they'll be a threat within the Texas prison system. Is that correct?
Every individual is different, and we would look at the totality of that individual's past and current behavior.
And now I apologize, I'm jumping around. I want to talk to you about that classification procedure.
Yes, sir.
Right? You're the director of classification, correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And you put together those procedures carefully, correct?
I did not build the classification plan. It's been in place for quite some time, decades actually. I do have the responsibility of periodically reviewing, amending, suggesting new processes within the plan, but I did not personally build the plan.
I understand. So but when they've been put together over decades, that's a lot of experience and time and expertise that has gone into creating this classification system. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Because you all have to rely on them for the safety of yourselves, correct?
That's correct.
The inmates?
Correct.
And any population that they come into contact with, correct?
That is correct.
And the risk of violence is your primary consideration over the decades that you created this classification system. Is that correct?
The main objective of a classification tool or system is going to be to try our best to give information to the staff at the ground level for them to have some type of insight into this person's past and current behavior. And that's the main objective of a classification system. When I look at custodies, I can instantly know. If I see G1, I know certain things about that individual, like their charge, their history, their current behavior. If I see G3, I know they're at least doing 50 or more years. So yes, that's why a plan is built and used throughout the prison.
And you told the district attorney, Mr. Alaniz, that we're for instance, Mr. Burgos Aviles a problem, you could elevate them to G4 or G5 in order to deal with that problem. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that could be a possibility.
Mr. Alaniz asked you about some statistics. I'm asking. I'm marking this as defendants under 9, showing the district attorney. May I pass this to the Vice Chair? So I showed you what's marked as defendants exhibit number 9. You recognize this document?
Yes, sir, I recognize it.
And that is the TDCJ's Executive Services report. Is that correct?
That's correct. Select statistics report. Yes, sir.
Okay. And does that fairly and accurately reflect the report as you understand it from
Yep.
May of 2023?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I'd ask that it be admitted into the evidence.
Any objection? No objection.
And,
Sorry, 9?
now, sir, according to, is this referred to as the EAC report?
Right. So EAC is Emergency Action Center. It is kind of a clearinghouse where we report all different kinds of incidents that happen within the prisons daily. And then that report is referred to as the Select Statistics Report. So select because it's not every piece of data that they collect. It is a set data pool that they have monthly that they give to the leadership of the agency and some certain folks for them to review what's gone on for the last month.
And this is the, is it monthly compiled, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was the May 2023 report, correct?
Yes, sir.
So about 6 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
When we got that, actually. Now, sir, you testified earlier that there were about 128,000 people in the Texas Department of Corrections. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. A little over 128,000.
Now, when this May 2023 report came out, there were 120 around 126,000 people in TDCJ system. Is that correct?
Yes, we have grown.
And in the report that is admitted into evidence, there was reports of 78 serious staff assaults by inmates. Is that correct?
If that's what the report says, I don't have it in front of me.
Would you like to see the report to verify it, or?
If you're asking me to speak to the numbers in the report, I would have to have it in front of me. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, I think I'm tracking them on page 2.
Yes, sir. And how many serious staff assaults were there in 2021, according to that report?
I don't see 2021 on here unless I'm on a different page.
I apologize. 2022. My notes say 2021.
So in this report, in a total for 2022, there were 78 reported incidents of serious staff assaults.
So out of 126,000 people in TDCJ, there were 78 serious staff assaults. Is that correct?
So the population would have been a little less last year, around 123, 124. But to your point, yes, out of the whole population that was within TDCJ in 2022, there were 78 serious staff assaults. And serious is any treatment above first aid. So sutures, having to go to the hospital for broken bones, broken noses, that's the serious staff assault column.
We don't want it.
We do not want it.
Right.
No.
Now, having said we don't want it, that's still less than 1/10 of 1%, correct, sir?
In that category, that math sounds correct.
So, for instance, your odds of being injured in a car accident driving here are greater than being assaulted by an inmate, a serious staff.
I'm going to object. That's complete speculation on his behalf. To knowing if the automobile statistics is if you don't know,
I don't know, Your Honor.
And, sir, if you could stay on that page, because you were asked by the district attorney about assaults from one inmate on another inmate, in all of 2022, how many serious inmate assaults were there?
Yes, sir. All of 2022, there was 1,249 serious inmate assaults.
So that's roughly about 1%, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And, sir, those rates of assault on staff and inmates over the years have remained relatively constant, is that correct?
I would pause on answering that because I don't have over the years data. I could personally testify that I believe our inmate population is becoming more aggressive and more problematic to our staff. But I can't testify about the levels over the years that you're referencing without having that in front of me.
Now, I would like to ask you some of the specific facts relating to Mr. Burgos Aviles. Right? You understand he's been convicted of capital murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are aware that Mr. Burgos Aviles is former law enforcement. Is that correct, sir?
I am aware, yes, sir.
In fact, you know that he is a former Border Patrol agent. Is that correct, sir?
I do know that, yes, sir.
In fact, you know he was a supervisor in the Border Patrol. Is that correct?
I did know that, yes, sir.
And because he is former law enforcement, he would initially start in protective custody. Is that correct, sir?
Not necessarily, sir. We have a lot of former law enforcement that are not in protective custody.
And how is that decision?
So back to the point earlier about every single person is different. We would take, during that intake process, everything that we know about the individual, their past employment, the crime, interviews with the individual. I mean, we even take that into account. We feel like you're going to have problems within the population. That's a small piece, but we do interview every individual about their perceived level of danger or victimization. So we have a very extensive interview review process. Our numbers for protective custody are very minimal, and that's usually reserved for the very, very high-profile type individuals or ex-prison employees. We put some of them in there, but there is no one cookie cutter. If you are ex-law enforcement, you must go to protective custody.
Well, let me ask you, sir. You said ex-prison employees frequently go into protective custody. Why is that?
Because there is a greater chance that the current population that's within the prison has been around or knows that individual from working at the prison system.
So, and I think you said there were how many different facilities in Texas for prisons?
There's 98 prisons in Texas.
So TDCJ sometimes puts one of their former employees in the same prison as they work. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay, so when you say that, I apologize. When you said that you felt like the former prison employee might be known to some of those people, you meant their status as a former prison employee and like or known personally?
Personally. And so to your point about if I had an individual that was an employee at this prison, and then for whatever reason they were convicted and sentenced to prison themselves, they would not go back and be incarcerated at that same prison, but we move over 2,000 inmates every day. And so inmates that individual had come in contact with throughout his or her career could now be on any of the 98 prisons because we move that many every day for numerous amount of reasons. So I don't know which of the inmates within all of the prisons know that individual from past experiences.
Now, let me ask you, sir, and you are the knowledgeable one, but one of the biggest sources of problems in prisons are gangs, is that correct?
Gangs are a problem within prison, yes.
They're called security threat groups, is that correct?
We have security threat groups as one of the terms, and then we also have cliques. So it just depends on where they fall on that scale. But security threat groups is one of the terms to define gangs, yes.
And so, for instance, some of the ones that are recognizable or that are known, the Aryan Brotherhood, is that correct?
That is correct.
Or the Crips, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The Bloods, for instance.
Yes, sir.
And in Texas, specifically the Mexican Mafia, is that correct?
That is correct.
And is the MS-13 also in Texas prisons?
Yes, sir. We do have MS-13.
Okay. And now, how many in any of those groups are former law enforcement?
I don't know that right off the top, sir.
Well, what is the view in your expertise and knowledge of former law enforcement by the Mexican Mafia?
What is my view?
Well, how does the Mexican Mafia view?
How about with your objection speculation? Since he knows, you know.
How does the Mexican Mafia view former law enforcement?
I believe that's hard to answer. If the former law enforcement was working for the Mexican Mafia, they might enjoy being around. I think it just depends on the individual and depends on the circumstances and so on.
And you have no information that, for instance, Mr. Burgos Aviles was formerly working for the Mexican Mafia, right?
I do not know that.
And we talked about MS-13. The MS-13 is a group based primarily from people from Central America. Is that correct?
The way I understand it, yes, sir.
And right now, our immigration issue is primarily people moving from Central America. Is that correct? To your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes. That's the primary concern.
And how does MS-13 view a former Border Patrol agent, sir?
Again, I couldn't speak to how they would view a former Border Patrol agent.
And would you say that you would agree that gang members are the ones at most risk of committing acts of violence, correct?
I believe the statistics would show that current statistics, gangs now are much different than gangs that we had in the 80s and 90s. We see, and again, I don't have these numbers in front of me, but our gang populations are down. I see a lot of gang members, especially our organized Mexican Mafia area brotherhood, that are just there to be a part of a group and are not causing as much trouble as other groups. So I don't know that specifically, that gangs cause more trouble than just other inmates within the population.
Thank you, sir. Now, you discussed with Mr. Alaniz what I believe he called privileges and services, and then you did comparisons between being a G3 or being on death row.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's what I'd like to talk about now.
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicated if you're on death row that you're in your own private individual cell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you gave a very sparse description of that. What you think is about it, probably an 8 by 10 foot cell. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, on death row, you're allowed to have books, correct?
Yes, you can have books.
And as a matter of fact, I think you said that there's a common room where they go to watch even television or other media things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. They have a day room.
And on death row, in their individual room, people bring them food and keep them hot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you described they even were allowed to have religious services that were brought to them individually, correct?
Yes, sir.
And matter of fact, they're even on death row allowed to have mental health counselors visit them individually, correct?
Individually under the escort of correctional staff.
Yes, sir. And when you're in general population, your access to all those things is you're facing the crowd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So really, you get more individual information if you're on death row. Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes, it's a much higher level of management and oversight because of that custody.
And I'm almost finished. Thank you for your patience. But I got to ask,
Yes, sir.
how many times does Price is Right beat football when they're voting for TV? So
It depends on what part of the state you're in, but if the Cowboys are playing, Judge, no offense. So it just depends. But yes, sir. They do. We do a voting system, and it just depends on the game and the day.
sorry, I can't pass this.
Sorry.
I apologize. You know, she's always leaving laughing, and I screwed up because I didn't know. So you indicated over the past 6 years that there were 6 escapes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And only one of those escapes was a life without parole. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And over those 6 years, we know the current population, I think you said, is around 128,000. Correct?
That's correct.
All right. So over that past 6 years, how many populations is that one life without parole escape? Is it 500,000?
Are you saying like a culmination of the total inmates in and out of prison?
Well, yes, sir. You said over 6 years,
Okay.
there have been one escape. So what I'm trying to, one life without parole escape. So what I'm trying to figure out is out of how many people was that one life without parole escape?
I wouldn't be able to give you the exact number there.
So it's a possibility, correct, sir?
We do have a lot of people that are released from prison, and then new individuals that come into prison. So we do have a rotating door. But as far as the number, right?
I apologize. So when you say there's an escape, it's a possibility of escape. Is that correct?
No, the one that I testified, the life without parole, that was an escape. That was not the possibility of an escape.
So the conclusion that we're to make is that someone serving life without parole has a possibility of escape, correct?
Anybody has a possibility of escape.
But not necessarily a probability of escape, correct?
I don't know. Could you ask it a different way? The probability versus possibility?
Well, there's just been one life without parole escape over the last 6 years. That sounds like it's possible, but not probable to me. Does that clear it up? Is that fair?
It does, yes, sir. It does clear it up. I would just, in response to that, say one is far too many, and it was a extremely difficult time where the public was hurt significantly.
I'm sure we can all believe that. One, two.
Yes, sir.
So you talked about tablet access.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated, for instance, that someone could write their mother, and then you can't, once that message is out, you can't control where that message goes, correct?
That's correct.
Now, everything that an inmate in TBCJ sends out, whether by tablet or mail, is monitored, correct?
Tablets, we do monitor outgoing mail, but it is there are certain ways that we monitor it. Some individuals might not be monitored as closely as others. We have different technology that helps us monitor e-messaging. And then to your question about mail, again, there are certain individuals that have a higher level of oversight. So we have what we call watch lists and different things of that nature where some letters might just be searched for physical contraband. Is there a knife in there? Is there drugs in there? Other letters might be read word for word. So there's a spectrum there on how we manage and try to have oversight of the mail procedures.
Now, someone who's convicted of capital murder, including a gruesome murder, stabbed 27 times of a mother, and killing a small child, that would be someone who would be under high scrutiny, wouldn't they?
No, sir.
You wouldn't put someone who's guilty of capital murder under high scrutiny?
Not initially. They would be under the normal scrutiny like any other individual until we were given more reason. So if we started getting information that there was contraband being trafficked, or there was an escape plot that was being discussed, or they joined a gang and there was a gang recruitment effort, so there's got to be reasons why they would be placed under more stringent mail processes or procedures.
So you were asked by the district attorney, and I think you gave this example before, of someone who is serving time for a felony DWI.
Mm-hmm.
And you're telling everyone in this courtroom that someone who is convicted of capital murder, a gruesome, terrible crime, has the same level of scrutiny as someone who's convicted of felony DWI?
Only on the point that you're making about mail.
Okay.
So there's a far different level of scrutiny dealing with other security practices and housing practices and management. I was only speaking specifically to mail.
And I apologize, I was probably unclear on what's not in my language. And so by mail, you mean written mail, correct? Put in the postal mail?
Yes, sir, postal mail.
Now, when you say it's monitored, TBCJ actually scans it and keeps a copy of it. Is that correct?
No, sir.
Okay.
We are, in the future, we're moving to paperless mail for incoming, a digital mail center, but right now, no, we do not scan and make copies.
And so for instance, the tablet, that's done frequently by a company called Securus, is that correct?
That is correct.
And Securus keeps copies of all the outgoing and incoming email that's received on that tablet, correct?
I believe, I don't want to speak specifically to the technology, but I do believe that those messages are stored for a period of time. I don't know what the period of time is.
But you would have access as TDCJ to Securus's maintenance of those files, correct?
Yes, if we need to go back and look at an incoming or outgoing message, we could review that. Again, I don't know for how long it's stored, though.
If I could have just one moment to consult with the counsel. Thank you for being here, sir. And
Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick, Mr. Boggs questions you about the slim possibility of somebody escaping from your jurisdiction. I want to talk about that possibility he asked you about. That escape that he talked to you about, that one possibility, that one escape, how many people were killed by that person who escaped?
There was 5 people killed, a grandfather and 4 children.
That person who escaped, what kind of sentence was he serving?
Life without parole.
Do you have a crystal ball?
No, sir.
Do you see a crystal ball on Mr. Boggs' table?
No, sir.
Do any of your experts, psychologists, doctors, jailers in your prison system have a crystal ball?
No, they don't.
Nobody can predict the future. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And if Mr. Boggs wants to talk about the facts of Mr. Burgos, when you consider a law enforcement officer that lures the woman who had his baby and his 18-month-old son to the edge of the riverbanks on a dirt trail to brutally murder them because he didn't want to pay child support, a dangerous individual?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would you consider a law enforcement officer that uses his skills, his badge, his training to hide among other law enforcement to the identity of the victims and deny his own flesh and blood a dangerous individual?
Yes, sir, I would.
No further questions.
Sir, I apologize. On the redirect, you said no one can predict the future. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if the state of Texas is asking these jurors whether or not they've proven that someone is capable of future violence, that would be impossible, correct? Because no one can predict the future?
Nobody can predict the future.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
I have a further question. Can you, based on facts and circumstances, in a case like this, the probability of somebody committing a similar crime in the future?
I think the facts is something significant that we look at when looking at past and current behavior, and the criminal mindset, which is what we always try to evaluate in our classification, is something that is a significant point that we look at for potential. Even though I don't have the crystal ball, to your point, what can I look at to try to evaluate and prevent something from happening in the future? That is a big piece of what we look at.
So, it is fair to say that looking at evidence, looking at facts, looking at circumstances surrounding a crime, that a group, a jury, can predict if somebody can probably commit a future crime. Yes.
Objection. Objection. Wait on the qualification.
You would agree that the facts, the evidence, the circumstances, that whether there's a probability that a defendant, like Mr. Burgos, would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society.
It's the same objection.
Weigh the probability of somebody being a future threat. What would you use?
If I had two people side by side and I had to weigh the probability of their future propensity for violence or future threat to society, I would look at their past history, their background, their sentence, the facts, the evidence, and the circumstances. And I would use all that in totality to try to classify, which again is a tool to try to predict the future propensity of that individual.
And sir, that description you just gave is essentially the penitentiary packet that you discussed earlier, correct?
That is a piece of it, along with the 30-day intake process. So there's many facets of that intake process.
And the reason why you say you look at the past is you want to see their incarceration history, correct?
Well, not necessarily just incarceration, because when we look at DPS reports and all that, it could be for things that they did in their past that did not result in incarceration. So we look at the totality of their past, whether they were incarcerated for different circumstances or not. And then also what's a big piece of the penitentiary packet is the jail conduct history. So that gives us a glimpse into their current behavior as well while they've been in jail. So not just something they were convicted of in the past, but how they're acting currently within the jail. So we look at all of that.
And so, just so everyone is clear, you haven't reviewed any of those materials for this convicted murderer here. Is that correct?
I have not.
Pass the witness.
No question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
All right, so I think that is it for that one. I think for this case, what I'm going to do is bring up the. I'm gonna watch the I'm gonna watch the detective's testimony, and then. I'm probably just going to go to the sentencing where to see whether or not he got the life without parole or the how they came to that point that they decided to give him the life without parole versus the death penalty. All right, that's one we just went through. I don't know why I went back there. And then I'm going to end this case with that. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I can't end it there. So I'm going to go to the sister's testimony. Excuse me. I don't want to skip past that. She was very instrumental in this case. And so, yeah, I think that, for the people that see you are probably interested in hearing what she had to say.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you just move the mic up? Could you please state your name for the record?
Angelica Hernandez.
And what is your relationship to Grizelda Hernandez?
She's my sister.
And what is your relationship to Dominic Alexander?
He's my nephew.
Without giving me the address here in Laredo, did you all grow up together?
Yes, we did.
What's the age difference between you and your sister?
She's 9 years younger than me.
Okay. Your home, your childhood home, is it located on the west side of Laredo?
Yes, we grew up off of Mines Road, off of the first subdivision that was built in Mines Road.
And is that near Father McNamara Park?
Yes, it's about half a mile from there or less of that.
Okay. Did you all visit Father McNamara Park as children?
Yes, we did. We grew up at that park. All of us did, all my brothers and sisters.
Going back to growing up, what type of relationship did you have with your sister?
A good relationship. I was a big sister, so I want to think I was in some sort of way mentor to her. I would help my mom a lot with being the oldest. I would help my mom a lot with my brothers and sisters, especially my sister.
What kind of things would you all do for fun growing up?
Growing up, I remember I wasn't much of a doll player, but I do remember riding our bikes together, braiding her hair, taking care of her whenever we'd go out on family outings or just outside the house playing or at the park.
What type of personality, did Grizelda have growing up?
I feel she was, she was my sister. She was always happy. She was more hyper when I think of my brothers and sisters. She was always my dad's favorite.
How many siblings do you have?
I have two brothers. They're both younger than me, and only one sister.
She was your only sister?
Yes.
Let's talk about the pregnancy that your sister had. When did you find out she was pregnant with Dominic?
I don't recall the month in particular. I do know it was after I had made my pregnancy announcement. We were pregnant together.
And did she ever tell you who the father was?
She did not mention his name. She showed me a picture of him.
Did you come to find out his first name?
After the baby was born, I found out his name.
What name was that?
Anthony.
Was it just one name, or was that?
In the beginning, I only knew him as Anthony. As time went by, I knew his last name.
Okay. But did you know if he was being helpful or supportive of her pregnancy?
No, when my sister told me about her pregnancy, and me and her spoke more privately, she did mention that she was going through with the pregnancy on her own, that the baby's father did not want to have anything to do with it. What she expressed was that he didn't want to move forward with the pregnancy, so she was doing it on her own. And that is how she presented it when she announced it to my family at the dinner table.
When you say he didn't want to move forward with the pregnancy, what did that mean?
She told me he had suggested that they terminate the pregnancy.
That she have an abortion?
That's correct.
And she decided against it?
We were raised Catholic by religion, and none of us believe in abortions.
Tell me about the day that Dominic was born. You remember that day?
Yes, I was with my sister in the operating room. She had a C-section. I I remember hearing him cry when he was born. I remember feeding him his first bottle after the nursery released him to the room for my sister. She didn't wake up right after. My sister was allergic to morphine, so they had to use other medications to put her to sleep for pain control during her delivery. So she was very drowsy afterwards. I was waiting in the room when she came to the room and when we brought the baby. So I held him in my arms and gave him his first bottle.
Was he a big baby?
Yes, he was. He had chubby little cheeks, rosy cheeks.
And how was Dominic as a baby?
I think he was beautiful. He had the hugest lips I've ever seen. He had very, very full lips. He was a very, very good baby. Soon after 10 days, I had my baby. And I say good baby because I tend to get all the criers in the family.
And he was not a crybaby.
No, he wasn't. He was always very, very calm, he was a good baby, an amazing baby.
What role did you play in Dominic's life?
Well, as an aunt, I want to say I was very, very, very supportive of my sister. I think we all tried to be in our family. I would care for Dominic as he was getting older. Whenever my sister was going to school, she had classes, she needed to be elsewhere, I would watch over my nephews, both of them. And the same with me, whenever I had to go to work, she would try to take care of my children when I wasn't available for him. So you could say that we, in a way, raised each other's children.
How old would your sister be today if she was still alive?
I feel I could calculate how old she would be, but to me, she's always 27.
Why do you say that?
I can't see her aging over 27. That's where time stopped. That's where time is frozen for her. And like I said, I could calculate if I were to give you an age, she'd be, but she's 27 in my heart. And
What about Dominic? How old would he be today?
he would be 6. He would be turning 7, just like my son, July 26.
And what grade is your son in now?
He's going to 2nd grade.
Were they close? Your son and Dominic?
Yes, they were very close. They were very close. You could find him in my house fighting for Dominic's favorite basketball, or pushing each other, running down the hallway, fighting for sippy cups.
Dominic was an active baby.
Yes, he was.
What do you miss the most about your sister?
Her laugh. I miss her laugh. I miss her telling me that everything's gonna be okay. I miss her coming over to my house. I miss her cooking with me in the kitchen. I miss what most of us get to share with our siblings. We'd plan our children's birthday parties. We'd plan our outings together. I miss her very much.
What were her dreams? Her ambitions?
She was looking to eventually leave Laredo. She wanted to move to San Antonio after getting her nursing degree. She, as many of us, all of us have our struggles, and she wasn't one to just roll over and let time pass by or have somebody, come and pick her up. She always did her best to resolve any problems that were presented or whatever. She was very self-driven, so I feel, her dreams, she would have met every single one of her dreams if she would have been given the opportunity.
What did she become?
She wanted to be a nurse.
Like you.
Yes.
Dominic was about 18 months old, right, when he died?
That's correct.
Do you remember what kind of toys he'd like to play with? Was he a boy?
Yes, he had, at my mom's house, he had these favorite little tiny yellow balls that he used to like hiding from my mom and having her find whenever she was sweeping or cleaning, and she'd find them in all places, cabinets, under the sofas. anywhere. In my house, he enjoyed playing with the orange basketball that him and Tristan would always fight over. And any little games that they had that they could, tactile toys that they could press and they would make sounds. They love playing with things like that.
So you like playing with balls, footballs,
Yes.
baseballs.
Yes, and they fight over this little tight toy that you could get on top of and ride.
So he liked cars.
Yes, he did.
What about little tractor toys?
He did also play with little push carts, but more than anything, it was things he could ride on or balls he could chase after. They were both very active.
Did you like trains?
Yes, he liked trains. I think he had a favorite train at my mom's house also.
Would you take a lot of pictures with him?
Yes, I would. With both of them, him and Tristan,
With
because
both
my
of them,
little boy would always
the boy would always
get
get
jealous
whenever I
carried
would carry
Dominic.
Dominic.
Yes.
To offer 537, 538. I'm going to offer 537.
Those numbers were used last week and it was the same.
These?
Yeah. 536 through 540 got sustained.
We, sorry, did we do those numbers up, or?
Yeah, those numbers were already used.
All those numbers were used. Okay, well, I can remember them. That's probably the problem. But, so I'll continue with.
Like I said, you don't use 548.
I think that's right. Let's do it. Yeah, that's right. 550, 550. Yeah, maybe that's it.
So I have this picture up here. You remember this occasion?
Yes.
What's going on?
Yes, we were at my sister-in-law's announcement. I believe it was at Rudy's. She was announcing her pregnancy, and that's me and baby Dominic.
I'll show you 551. Who's in this picture?
That's myself and Dominic and
Dominic and Tristan.
Also, would you video different milestones and Dominic's live, different events?
Yes.
When he was walking around and healthy?
Yes.
And what about, how many birthdays did Dominic celebrate?
One.
And were you able to video some of his celebration?
Yes.
And what about verbal? Was he verbal? What are some of the words he was able to say at 18 months?
He would say hi, hi mama. He would call my mom mama, and hello, goodbye, go, stop, stay here. He would tell my sister whenever she wanted to leave, stay here when she was leaving the room or leaving him to come to the kitchen with me. No, he whenever you would tell him not to do something, he would just scream at you, no, mama, or no, stop, or no, you. Things like that. I feel he spoke a lot sooner than my son, even though they're just 10 days apart. He was more verbal than Tristan.
If I may approach you, I'm going to show you what my mark is. This is 548, 549, 539. Sorry about that. I was saying 548 and 549. And then what would be this one? 550.
Emergency start at 51.
We call it 552. I'm going to show you now these USBs. That's when you've seen these. Familiar
Yes.
with exhibits 552, 549, 548?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they accurately depict the video that you've seen?
Yes, that's correct.
And these are events that you would have videoed?
That's correct.
Quick break, I'm sorry. It'll be, hopefully, not more than 5, 6, 7 minutes, and then we'll bring our question.
All right, let's just go right past this. Oh yeah, there's Dominic. Oh my goodness.
Hi.
Aww.
Please have a seat. And let's continue with the examination. You were saying that you have no objections to the evidence, was that correct? And they are admitted.
So, this time I'll play for the jury the videos, that we introduced. So you were saying before the break that Dominic was able to say a few words, including hi.
You're gonna start with the number first, just to make sure.
552 would be the
Thank you.
first one.
Hi. Hi.
553. Who's that? Who we hear in the back?
My sisters.
548 next.
Two, three. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday, dear Dominic. Happy birthday to you. Woo!
What occasion was that?
That was Dominic's first birthday,
What day is his birthday?
July 26th,
1996.
2016. Mhm. So he have it was his birthday. So he,
Hey, come here, puppy. Sonic. Donnie, come on. Donnie, come on. Good job. Bye.
my sisters.
And you were saying earlier about birthday?
My sister told him his birthday was coming up, so he like everybody to sing for him days before his birthday and days after his birthday. So I think we celebrated his birthday for like a week. That was my sister singing happy birthday to him in my mother's bed.
I heard you said that. Was that you said that voice in that video?
Yes, on all those videos, that's her voice.
Which is one of her terms of endearment. She was called Daddy.
Yes, yes, that's correct.
What she called you?
Daddy, Papito, Dom, Cositas, Chunky Monkey. Yes, this video, the last one, he was just learning how to walk. That is at my house. Right there.
What about on the side of the bar?
That's at the Father Magnolia Park.
At Father Macro Park?
That's correct.
He's wearing the same shoes he was wearing the day he was killed.
That's correct.
And he was active running around. Is that before March the 25th?
Yes, that's correct. Everything changed after March 25th. He stopped walking.
Let's talk about March the 25th. Do you remember your sister asking you about the going that day, March 25th?
Yes. Yes.
You let her in your car.
Yes, that's correct.
You all know what happened on that day now through the trial. He was injured on his leg, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You're a registered nurse, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any feelings about not being able to catch that injury? Do you have any feelings about not being able to detect that injury?
That is pain of my own that I will have to live with the rest of my life. I would have never imagined that what I saw that day might have been anything other than what I suspected at the time. Like I stated before, I originally thought it was a shot site, an injection site that he had received at the doctor's office. But nobody in their reasonable mind would have thought that something so heinous would have happened to him. I feel I came to my reasoning using my observation skills and judgment, and this could have this maybe could have stopped if I, would have stated I suspected otherwise. But without everything that has been presented here, there's no reason that I would have suspected otherwise, and I would have felt otherwise.
Okay. Let me take you to April the 9th, 2018. Okay. 15 days after March the 25th. Okay. Do you remember your sister trying to, or asking you for your car prior to April the 9th?
Yes. If I'm not mistaken, she asked for to borrow it Saturday. I might be incorrect, but if I could refer to my texts or phone calls, I could confirm that.
If I may,
Coach, this way, please, first.
So, your sister was going to see Anthony on Sunday.
That's correct.
That didn't happen.
No, I like I said, I don't think we could coordinate on time. I don't believe I was home, or I was going to use the car. I don't recall.
Okay. Now going to April the 9th, the day that your sister was murdered. You remember that day?
Yes.
Now we already heard the testimony of how you spoke with Officer Gilbert Benavides, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I want to ask you what you did, if anything, when you found out your sister was the victim.
When I was told that she was dead,
Yes.
I was in my living room. I was surrounded by my family. My parents were there, my brothers, my sisters, my husband.
Did you make it to the Father McNamara Park?
I tried going before I found out to the Magma Park. When the officers got there at my house, nobody was telling me anything. I knew something was wrong. So that's when I took my husband's truck and I left to go look for my sister at the park. I went where she told me she was going. I went to the Father Magma Park. I saw my car parked. I pulled up next to it. There was an officer there next to my car, and there was nothing. As far as my eye could see, everywhere around me, I couldn't see anything but some people jogging to the right. I kept looking. To see if I would see something, anything. Nothing was there. You couldn't see anything but the officer next to my car. He told me what I was doing there. I told him I was looking for my sister. He told me I couldn't leave. I wanted to leave after I didn't see anything, to look further to the left, which is where the bike trail is at, in the soccer field. But after that, he wouldn't let me go. He didn't let me leave in my truck. He just had me stay there. It was until 10 minutes later until my husband and my brother showed up, and then that's when he let me go.
What was your intent?
I was looking for my sister. I wanted to see her. I wanted to find her.
Did they let you see her as she was as the way she was found?
No, I did not see her.
Did you, as a sister and as a medical professional, did you want to see her?
Yes, I wanted to find my sister. I wanted to know where she was.
Do you want to see the way your sister was found?
Yes.
I'm going to publish exhibits that have already been admitted, or graphic photos, to Angelica Hernandez, who's requested to see her sister, how she was found.
No, I wasn't. I returned to my house, and that is when I was told. After I got home, that's when I was told that my sister had been murdered.
How did you feel?
That is the biggest pain I've ever felt in my entire life. I felt I couldn't breathe. It was just an intense pain. I felt angry. I didn't believe it. I needed to see my sister. I didn't believe it was true. I remember falling to my knees at the house when they told me, and immediately, to me, it felt like immediately after I got up and I started trying to shake it off, and I was telling the officer, "You need to take me to where my sister is. I need to get my nephew. I need to go get Dominic. Dominic is going to be scared without my sister." I remember telling him he doesn't know his father. He doesn't interact with him. He's going to feel strange and somebody else is holding him. At this time, I'm already making sense. Who hurt my sister? And I'm saying I need to go get Dominic. I felt so extremely betrayed because I was never told that Dominic was hurt. I still had hope in my heart that Dominic was okay. And then my mom hugs me and tells me, "He's gone. Dominic is gone." And the officers tell me that Dominic has also been murdered. That just broke me. That was...
Did Grizelda have any other children?
My oldest nephew,
What's his name?
Jaden.
How old was Jaden at the time?
Jaden was 6. He's 12 now.
How did Jaden find out about his mother?
At the time, we didn't tell him that day. We just couldn't tell him that day. He found out days later. My family is still torn to pieces. My dad and my mom, they couldn't come to bear the idea of telling him. So it had to be me.
How did you tell him?
I asked him to come downstairs, and I told him I needed to talk to him. And I was told that I couldn't say that mommy went to heaven, or Dominic went to heaven. I couldn't tell them that they were in some type of eternal sleep. I needed to use the word dead. And so I told him that his mom and Dominic were no longer with us, and that they had passed away.
Where is Jaden today? Who does he stay with?
He lives with my mom. My mom has primary custody.
And he's 12 years old. Yeah.
That's correct.
Since the murders, do you all have the occasion to visit the site?
Yes, we do. My father visits the site where Dominic lay and my sister lay when they took their last breaths. He goes there every Sunday.
Did you all do anything there to commemorate to memorialize their lives?
Yes, we have since then surrounded that hollow ground by placing either flowers for my sister or Dominic's side. The community, the neighbors, everybody usually takes toys to his side, or we'll see balloons in occasions, or pinwheels, toys, trucks, balls, all sorts of little trinkets.
I'm going to show you what's been already offered. You can use the station visit 546. You can tell us where this is located.
Okay, that's not at the site
But is this at the
where,
park?
yes, this is at the Father Magnobi Park, near where my sister had parked that day. And this is
They're good.
Same.
Stand right here. Same objection.
that is my father.
Second, I'm sorry. Yes, your objections are overruled. Your arguments from the earlier conversation will be incorporated into their objection. Thank you.
Who's the gentleman right here?
That's my father, Grizelda's father. And behind it, you'll see a tree. We have a memory tree that we go to that site to
And
to
this
feel them
is
closer.
okay. And this is their Father Magnobi Park.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you Stacy to 547. What are we looking at here? Good time is on.
This is where my sister was found. So where the trees are, directly forward, you'll see the road right here. And it's paved now. Before it was just a dirt road. And that's where my sister's body was found.
I'm going to show you Stacy to 545. This is
So this is where Dominic was found. Right between those trees. So it's open now, but at one time it was just the way you see the background. It was all the way to the front like that.
Well, I'll conclude with just asking you this question. You know now that the jury has found Mr. Burgos, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, guilty of murdering your sister and your nephew. How do you feel today?
I trust in our justice system, and I know you might not empathize completely or feel our direct pain. I feel once your life has been touched by such a black, sinister, heinous act, your core beliefs are changed somehow. Maybe even your faith is questioned. At least that's what I have gone through and continue to go through. But I trust in the justice system, and I know justice will be served for my sister and for Dominic, and my life will forever be incomplete. That hole in my heart will always be there. But knowing that I have done my very best to try to bring them justice will have to serve as peace in this lifetime for me, because that is all I can do.
Thank you, Mr. Hernandez. Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions?
Ms. Hernandez, again, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to ask you any questions this time.
Thank goodness.
She makes use of the role.
Yeah, she has, she continues to be excused. You may remain in the court.
They call Mary Hernandez.
Mary Hernandez.
Your Honor, may we briefly approach before?
Go, please.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know her her mother also. Oh no. Her mother also took the stand. I don't know how I did that just now.
So, I know that you've already been sworn in. Please have a seat. Please have a seat.
This is the mother. Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Hernandez.
Good morning.
And for the record, I'd like to, for you to state your full name.
This is Grizzy's mother.
And if you need to take a moment, we'll take a moment. And take it slow, try to speak as clearly as possible. And I'd like to ask, how are you related to Grizelda and Dominic?
Grizelda is my daughter. Dominic is my grandson.
And how many children do you have?
4.
Does that include Grizelda?
Yes.
And how many grandchildren do you have?
9.
Does that include Dominic?
Yes.
And you still include them when you say they're part of your grandkids or your children?
Yes. They'll always be with me.
Now I'm going to show you what has been. Yeah, I'm going to show you what the market states that I've budgeted before and ask you if you read this order.
Yes.
Judges to the current states budgeted before and operates out. Yes, whatever, there's a problem with the number. Okay, so then 554.
I did.
Now, will you, this is your, this is the,
This was,
554.
it was Mother's Day. These are all my grandchildren.
Mother's Day in 2018,
20, I believe it's 2017.
and these were your grandchildren.
Yes. That's Roger.
Young
And that's Dominic. Brianna. Rocky. Becca. Jaden. Gali. Tristan. And JJ.
so this is,
That's Jaden.
and he is.
Dominic's brother, yes.
Now, can you tell us about Grizelda, the type of daughter she was?
Oh, they said that was my baby daughter. I was always overprotective over her. Also a Reggie, but more of Grizelda.
And what type of relationship did you and Grizelda have as compared to the relationship you have with Anthony?
Grizelda was there when I went through my divorce. She was the strong person. Before me. She was a very strong person. She had character, but she would nonetheless would never let nothing bring her down.
When you say character, are you like when you say the Spanish character?
Oh yeah.
And so what specifically do you mean by that?
Well, whenever she wanted something, she would get it somehow, but she was gonna get it.
And did she live with you?
Yes.
Did Jaden and Dominic also
Yes.
live with you? Now, you did you and Grizelda have were you all friends on social media?
We were. We were at one time, but come one day she wouldn't answer her phone. I kept texting her. She never answered, so I went into her Facebook and I put a telephone ringing. She got so mad she blocked me. She blocked me now, as of today still. She needs to see everything that she's gonna post there to be approved by her. But that's why she blocked me.
And do you remember when Grizelda told you about being pregnant with Dominic? Will you share that story?
Yes. We were sitting at the table at my house, and she comes and gives me a blue cupcake and puts it right in front of me. And I had all my grandkids there. And I tell Griselda, Mom, why did you bring me just one cupcake? All of my grandkids are here. So I just got it, and I looked at it, and that's it. I told her I'll eat it later. And I put it to the other side. But the strange thing that none of my kids asked me for cupcake. So when nobody was there, I went to reach for the cupcake, and I took it off this container. And it said, it's a boy. That's how I found out she was pregnant.
And did she tell you who her father was?
Not there. When we were eating, my two sons and my daughter, we were sitting at the table. And I asked her who the father was. And she gets her phone. And she opens it. She goes like this. And she closes. And she says, that's it. That's all you want to know about him. I never saw his picture. She passed it very quick. I don't know.
So even if you would have seen the father, did you have a name at this point?
I believe she told us that his name was Anthony.
So if you would have seen Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles back in this is when she was pregnant, 2017, would you have recognized who he was?
No.
What about in 2018? Did you ever know what his face looked or what he looked like?
No.
Okay. And you were in the courtroom when there was some testimony regarding a text message where Grizelda was told that Ronald Anthony Burgos went to work and that you saw him. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever see Ronald Anthony Burgos at your work?
I was surprised when I heard it here that he had gone to my work. I don't recall seeing him. I see hundreds of people, thousands of people. I had never seen.
And did you help Grizelda with Dominic and Jaden?
Yes.
What kind of help did you give her?
Since the beginning, she told us that Anthony was not going to come into the picture, that we were going to be able to help her. So me, my daughter, and my sons, we helped her. We helped her with the pampers, the diapers, the clothing, the shoes. I'd sometimes give her for the daycare. Clothing for her, clothing for Jaden. I would support her.
And what kind of how would you how would you refer to Dominic?
Cositas.
You did.
I would call him Cositas.
What about Grizelda? How would you refer to Dominic?
Gray would call him Cositas also, Daddy. Chunky Monkey. My handsome.
And when you say Gray, you're referring to Grizelda.
Griselda.
And did you ever go to the daycare where Dominic went?
Yes.
Attended?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did.
And so you're aware of how she planned to pay for the daycare?
Yes, as she started getting financial aid, she would go with her payments from there.
Do you recall when Dominic had an injury on his leg
Yes.
and the effect it had on his attendance at daycare?
Oh, yes.
What effect did it have?
He was walking at that time when he was in daycare. March 25th, when he had that injury, He could no longer walk. He would drag himself. Until they told him at daycare that they couldn't be carrying him. He had to be carried to take him from one place to the other.
Now I'm going to show you. I'm going to go to this. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 541 and 543, and ask you to recognize this photograph.
Yes.
And then this UFC. 541 and 543. 541. So then we do 541. This is 550. So correction for the record, it is 541, and the USB that is marked 555.
Yes.
Is that also your addition?
Yes.
Attending to the defense and offering into evidence State's Exhibit 541 and 555.
What is she? What are they objecting?
Now, on the day of the injury on Dominic's leg, did you join or did you go to the hospital with Gray and Angelica?
Yes.
And so you were in attendance when the doctors told they were going to tend to Dominic and the leg.
Yes. I believe I left work because I was so worried about Dominic. And when I get there, something bit him. And I reached to Gray to get to Dominic. And Dominic gives me his hands to pick him up. And he says, "Owie, mama." And he points to his leg. And I carry Dominic. And I tell her, he better not have hurt Dominic.
When you say he, were you aware that Gray or Grizelda had met with Ronald Anthony Burgos earlier that day?
Yes, she told us the day before that she was going to go meet him, that he wanted to meet Dominic. At that time I was mad. Dominic was already 18 months. How would he want to come into his life after he didn't see him crawl, take his first bottle, take his first step, go to daycare?
And had you shared this with your concerns with Gray?
Yes.
Identify Your Honor, State's Exhibit 555. And this is a video of what does it show in this video?
Oh. Mine was very Go ahead, Bubba.
He was crawling, he could no longer stand. And as you can hear him, he would have to tilt to the other side because his leg would hurt.
Which leg was it that was hurting him, that had the injury?
I believe it was his left leg.
What was this?
This was at my house, Gray's room. We tried to make him more comfortable.
Now, before this injury, did he enjoy going to the daycare?
Yes,
Would you sometimes take him?
Gray would be mostly the one who would drop him off, but there was times where I would walk him in, and he would run to his classroom. He had this, like a little puppet, but it was a Tweety. And every time that he would walk in, he would get that little Muppet Tweety and put it where his name was to let them know that he was present.
You mentioned that was his favorite.
That was his
he
favorite
witnessed.
Tweety. Yes.
And the little, it was a little Tweety bird, Muppet.
Yeah.
Puppet. And there's also you have a pet or a bird named Patita.
Yeah, she's my Amazon gray parrot.
And you also mentioned a story about Paquita and how she would, that she speaks, correct?
Yes.
And how, explain to the jury, is what Paquita did one time that made you all think there was other people in the kitchen.
Paquita mimics all the words that you say. She would, Angie and Griselda would be talking in the kitchen, very, very quietly, but Paquita hears everything. So as soon as I would come into the kitchen, Paquita would start doing it, and I knew that they were up to something because she already let them know that something was good. She'll start mimicking everything. And one day, Dominic, I told him, don't put your finger in the cake, she's gonna bite you. He kept doing it, so Paquita bit him. He got so mad because we left. And he went up to the cage and he shook Paquita out of her tree limb. He was so mad at her.
And is there a significance whenever you see any feathers?
Oh yes. Whenever I see feathers, red cardinals, that means our angels are close to us. One day Jaden was in the restroom. In my restroom, you have to go all the way to the kitchen, past the hall, down to my master bedroom, then go into my restroom. Jaden was there and his grandma. And he picks up his feet and he says, look, I think Mom's here. There was a feather in his toe. I believe all those. Even when a cardinal comes, I know my angels are with me.
Now, before, I'd like you to share some of the good memories and fun memories that you had of both Griselda and Dominic before the injury. And I'm going to show you. And also, I want to ask, do you remember what Jaden was like with Dominic?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury, please.
When Gray told us that she was pregnant, Jaden was so happy because he always wanted a baby brother. He would always pick up Griselda's blouse and kiss her tummy. Anytime that Griselda was cooking, he would always come to the back and hug her. He would ask her, is it almost done? Is he almost cooked, Mom? That meant to him if he was ready to be born.
Now, go, Johnny. I'm going to show you stage 542 with a USB. Ask you to recognize
Yes.
this one. And you also have initials.
Yes.
And stage exhibit 544.
Yes.
I believe intended to the defense for infliction and obvious evidence. And specifically, just for the record, it was 5.2 the objection and 44. I'd like to begin with stage exhibit 544. So Jaden was 5 when Dominic was born?
6.
How are you hanging on? I don't know.
And this was that Griselda, Ray's voice?
Yes, that's Gray's voice. That's Jaden and Dominic. He would always try to help his mom with Dominic.
Changing the diaper.
Changing the diaper, getting his bottles, getting his snacks.
And some of the on stage exhibit 542. And Dominic was a child who was.
Me, who did the math? You did the math? It was you? Who did the math? You did the math? It was you?
Now, she did Griselda earlier. She was a woman of character, and she also liked to joke around. And
Yes, she liked to joke around a lot. Sometimes she would get on my nerves, but that's her way of teasing me, and how I wish she would still do that.
now, on this next video, this was before Dominic's injury. Where was this?
I believe it was a party, maybe, where she was invited at that trampoline. With altitude.
And this was him to the form,
Yes.
running around?
Yes. He loved it.
Now, because they lived with you, all three of them, Gray, Dominic, and Jaden, things changed after April the 9th. I want to direct your attention to April the 9th. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 87.3, and these are excerpts from the Facebook. You recognize this? Just right.
Yes.
Deputy States Exhibit 87.3. It states Exhibit 87.3. And just by way of reference, I just want to confirm. This may be introduced to as Mary Hernandez.
Yes.
Mary Garza.
It's my maiden name.
So these are authored by you.
Yes.
Now I just want, can you just look at the date and time of this time frame of this messenger? This was okay?
April the 8th,
2018.
2018.
And it's saying that there's an image. I'm going to show this image to the jury. Did you send that message?
Yes.
Of this picture? That's you?
Yes, that's my last picture with Dominic.
And let's go through the discussion that you had with Ray. Now, this is Grizelda.
Mhm.
And what did she say?
She says, cositas de mami, LOL, which means left on love.
And then
She's asking me there, how is he, mom?
you responded.
He barely woke up.
You also
And I
responded.
responded, he's fine, not necio. Not necio meaning that he's not grouchy. Oh, okay.
This one is part. I can hear someone who authored that message.
Griselda,
So Grizelda says,
you let me know how he is in a little while, mom. And then she says, si no me lo traigo.
and you responded.
Si no me lo traigo.
If not, I will bring it.
And then I say, he'll be fine. And then Griselda answers, ándale, yo voy por él, ma, LOL.
Okay, Mom, I'll go bring it out. I'll laugh out loud.
And then what did you respond?
I send the picture to Gray. That little bonita that says no.
Oh, you sent this saying no.
Yes.
And then
And then I say, it's grandma time. She says, LOL, ay ma, ha ha ha. Great,
now this is a different day.
yes.
Now. This says UTC time 14:54.
Mhm.
What is it? What did you tell these that are on? What's the date?
On April the 9th, 2018.
And so, for the record, Your Honor, under UTC conversion, it would be 9:14. And so, at 9:14, on April the 9th, what did you tell Grizelda?
I asked Gray, take a picture of Dominic Lake as it is right now.
Do you know where he was at this time?
Excuse me?
Do you know where they were at this time?
Yes.
On April the 9th?
Yes, but they were at the Father Magnable Park.
And then,
She didn't reply, so I sent her another one. How's Dominic?
And the time says, UTC time,
15:25.
and the next one,
It says, great. I asked her, great, everything okay?
the same date,
On April the 9th, 2018, at 17:46.
and you can prior to that,
That would be 10,
5/17/46.
12:46,
And you subtract 5/15/25.
10:25.
So these are the times that these were sent.
Mhm.
And this was on April the 9th.
April the 9th, 2018.
Now before receiving the call from the Laredo Police Department, where were you?
I was at my work.
Where's your work located?
It's on Shiloh Drive.
And you had already been sending messages to her, and she was not responding. Tell me what happened that caused in that morning.
On the first message, Gray didn't answer. So I kept calling her from my work phone. I called her about 10 times. She never answered. I called my daughter, Angie, to please call Gray because she wasn't answering my phone and this was not Gray. Even if she were to be busy, she would always answer my call.
And did you remain on there until who contacted you so that you could go to your house or to Angelica's house?
Nobody. I just had that motherly instinct because I was facing Shiloh. Suddenly I see cops passing through. I see ambulances. And there was no other way they were going anywhere but mine. As a mother, I had that mother instinct that something could have happened to me. First, she was answering my calls. And then I just had to leave work. I just left work. And I started to proceed to Father Magno Park when Angie calls me to meet her at her house.
And had she told you what, why to meet her house, or
No.
And in your home, who does Jaden live with now?
He lives with me and Ricky.
Do you remember, or can you describe to the jury the relationship that Jaden had with his mom? Is that that?
That was Jaden's mom. Personally, it was his mom. He loved her so much. And he misses his brother too.
And at the time of Grace and Dominic's death, what were Jaden's sleeping arrangements?
Gray's room is right across my room. So he would sleep with his mom. But sometimes Jaden would go to sleep with me to watch TV later. And he would fall asleep with me in my room.
After passing of his mom and his brother, how did it affect Jaden?
It was very hard for him to go back into his mom's room. So at 6 years, he's sleeping with me. He's afraid of the dark. He's afraid to be alone. So I had to sleep him with me.
And what about on occasions that I believe you travel for medical purposes out of town?
Yes.
And how have you modified your arrangements or travel arrangements because of this?
Because of this, Jaden has felt very insecure. He wants to know exactly where I'm at. What time did I leave? What time did I come back? Why I didn't answer my phone? When I travel out of town from doctor's visits, I need to be back that same day, or he's coming with me.
And the month of April, how do you, on April the 9th after you found out that they passed, how did that impact you?
My whole world came apart. I couldn't believe it, especially Dominic. It's been very, very, very hard. It has totally changed our lives.
Do you and Jaden ever go into her room?
Yes. Jaden asks, Grandma, can we go into Mom's room? That room is locked. That room is locked. Everything is still the same the way she left it. But sometimes Jaden wants to go into her mom's room. So I go with him. He just wants to be there for a little while. He goes to his mom's bed. And he goes like this on her bed, just looking at the ceiling. I don't know what crosses his mind. But it has impacted him so much.
Has he found a way to cope with that?
Yes, a little bit. He's tried going into karate classes, but no. Now he's in band right now, and he'll be going into football.
Now I'd like to ask you to share the story that you would like to recall that brings you peace when you recall the peekaboo game that you played with Dominic.
That was just one of the games that, as you sit in my kitchen, there's this door in the hallway next to his room. He would open the closet door, and he would go, "Peekaboo, mama." Now I sit there, and I look towards that wall, but there's nothing there. There's nothing there, just memories. Memories are all that I have. Mrs. Hernandez, I'm so sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you. Thank you.
Thank goodness you're not insensitive to ask that woman any questions. Oh, that was a mistake. All right, let's see. I know that they're not going to bring the sun. And I'm not watching any of the defense's I'm not watching any of the defense's oh, okay. This is the detective that I wanted to he did such a thorough job regarding this case. Lead Detective Garcia. He's excellent. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And Fulton County definitely needs to get somebody like Lead Detective Garcia to help them to be professional and to thoroughly do their jobs. But he's excellent.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, good afternoon, sir. I'm going to ask you again for your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Raimundo Dani Garcia.
Okay, is the mic on there in front of you?
Yes, Raimundo Dani Garcia.
Okay. And again, you're the lead investigator in the double homicide case against Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we had already learned that as part of this investigation, you were able to have the phone of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles dumped and analyzed.
Correct.
If you can tell the ladies and the jury, what sort of information were you able to extract from his phone in the form of communications?
Yes, we were able to extract phone calls, text messages, images, videos, and so forth.
Were you able to, as part of your investigation, extract information surrounding the text message activity of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles at, or rephrase, before the murders, around the time of the murders, and after the murders.
Yes.
And what specifically is in text messages, you're able to track his text messaging around that time.
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who, if anyone, was he texting in that period of time from the morning up until the time of his arrest.
He was texting a female that was in his contacts.
Were you able to identify her? Were you able to identify her identity without saying her name?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And did she also have a username?
Yes, she did.
And what letter did it start with?
It started with the letter Z.
Okay. And for the purposes of this trial, we're going to call her letter Z, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone else he would have been having communications with surrounding before, during, or after the murders in this case?
Yes, he also had communications with his wife.
Okay. What is her name?
Amy Burgos.
Amy Burgos. Okay. Anybody from his employment?
Yes, supervisors.
You remember the name of the supervisor he was texting, or the last name?
I want to say Ali.
Ali?
Last name Ali.
Okay. And you found text messages to Ali?
Yes.
He's a real winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
Text messages at or near the time of the murders. Were there also images being sent back and forth?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And these images that were being sent back and forth, who were they being sent by?
The images were sent by Burgos and also the contact Z.
Listen, if he was texting during the time that he unalived these people, that's his business. Like, you don't get to, make it go away. It is what it is, I just don't understand, like, what his attorneys, you're representing a piece of garbage, and that's just who he is. But he's already guilty. He shouldn't even be in a suit. Excuse me, y'all, for going off on a tangent, but this just made me so angry. Like, you're objecting to everything. It's him. I mean, I understand he gets a defense. Well, he's guilty already. This is the penalty phase. He's already been found guilty. So he's no longer considered innocent in this case. And they need to show show him for the garbage that he is. If he's a womanizer and messing with all these women, and at the time that he's unaliving the mother of one of the mothers, of his children, and still able to text another woman, then it is what it is. He put these women in these positions, But y'all wasting time. You want to be mad at somebody? Talk to your client. So he was going to start.
Now, within these text messages.
Oh, okay, so that was the beginning right there.
Yes, sir.
Familiar with this document?
Oh, yeah.
And without telling me the contents, what is it?
They're the text message that Burgos sent during the April 9th, 2018.
This is moments before, during, and after the murders.
That's correct.
From his fault.
From his fault.
Same objections on the statement of the Your Honor.
Now, within these text messages that have just been admitted, you said that there was some photographs
Correct.
sent back and forth
Correct.
between
Burgos and Z.
Burgos and Z. I'm not sure you was mark the states exhibit 559,
Yes.
560, and then 561.
Yes. I've seen these before.
Where were these photos obtained?
And Burgos' phone, cell phone.
You have the same objections? You incorporate some objections from earlier? Mr. Alfred? And you incorporate your argument as well? Taking into account all arguments of counsel in the case of your objection go.
Okay. So I'm gonna start here. 4/9/2018. The GTC time, 3-5. 3-5, correct?
Correct.
So what time would that be?
I'm sorry, I don't see where you're pointing.
That'd be -5, 12-5.
That would be 7:56 in the morning a.m.
And what does it say?
I'm at work. Love you,
What does it say?
Amy.
And who is Amy?
Amy is Burgos' wife.
What does it say?
Love you, babe.
What does it say here?
That says, hey.
And that's from what? From who?
That is from Burgos to Z. Hey. What's up? To Z, who's that white boy Burton? Why he working with BP? Yes. I'm in Lane, babe. Oh no, did the soups talk shit because of the trade? That's from Alejandro Ali.
Who's Alejandro Ali?
He's a supervisor of Burgos.
What does he say?
He says call Vela at the extension. And that's a message from Z. Replying to the message earlier, he's in enforcement. He got picked to do that detail. Why? This is from Burgos. Why not you? You could have been working. Whatever. As to the supervisor Ali.
Who put that forward is from Burgos Ali?
Yes. Not yet. I haven't seen any soups. I went straight to Lane. That's from Amy. And from Z, you got that detail too?
And just for the record, Burgos first yourself to Z that one, correct?
Correct.
And what we have here,
That is a message with an image sent at 8:40
8:40
a.m.
a.m. Now this is photo to the time of birth, correct?
That's correct.
And what is that image?
The images of a female butt with underwear.
With underwear.
Yes.
This is you said that this was that Burgos was sexting around the time of
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think witness ever said this.
Let me ask you, based on the activity that you found here, between Burgos and Z, what does it look like?
Okay, he was asking for booty. No, like, what is the he was asking for booty pics around the time that he was getting ready to commit an unaliving of his child and the mother.
That image was sent from Z to Burgos. I believe it was 8:40 a.m. approximately.
What was the last text, or the last Snapchat from Grizelda to
It was at 9:44 a.m.
it was an hour more than 2 hours.
That's correct.
What's the next communication?
That's a message to Z from Burgos. I'm not on the detail. I supervised them, but I could have worked with you.
Yeah, but what did they say here?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, booty gains, get piensas. What do you think?
There's a couple of words mixed in here, you want to get that translated?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
They're just wrinkled. Is it
Right,
right?
as long as you say it in Spanish, then she'll say it.
Okay, so 8:40 was the first text from Z, and then what time is this at now?
That's at 8:42 a.m.
So 2 minutes later, Google's response to Z.
¿Por qué me mandas ese fake sabiendo que lo quiero? Ugh.
Why did you send me that fake knowing that I wanted?
At 8:42, correct?
That's correct.
This is from who to who?
That is from Z to Burgos.
Say.
So if I was there, you would have gone more often to supervise? Then he responds, duh, I pair you up with me in the unit. And she responds, lies, you wouldn't do that. Burgos, whatever. And then from Z, I'm getting hot again, Gordis.
Hey,
This text is from who?
The one that I just said,
No, this one I'm showing you.
the one with the image is from Burgos.
What time is this at?
That is 8:49 a.m.
At 8:49 a.m. Now we're inside the hour of 9:44, right?
Correct.
When Grizelda is last text.
Correct. Correct.
This takes us to the 560. What is this?
It's an image of a crotch.
What's
It's also appears to be the green uniform of Border Patrol, without the utility belt, just the underbelt.
the underbelly? What time is this pic? This clock fixed in?
I believe it was 8:40, approximately 8:40.
Or 8:40.
Yeah, 8:49, 8:49 a.m.
Is there any text accompanying that pic?
Yes, it reads, thanks to your stupid pick, now I'm horny again.
That's from Google.
That's from Burgos. That's from Burgos also. From Z, que,
what?
then to Z, nada, me mojé y se me paró.
Nothing. I got wet and it got up.
This is from Google to Z.
Correct. At 8:51 a.m.
Continue here at
At 8:56 a.m.
8:56 a.m. This is from Google.
From Z to Burgos, Saka Papi.
Your assistant work. Can you repeat again? I didn't hear.
Saka Papi.
Get it out, Papa. Daddy.
And that's all that.
At 1:56 a.m. She responds un tease. And
Jeez.
yes, Burgos replies, sácamelo tú.
You take it out.
So now this is at 9:07 a.m. I'm going to the gym from Z.
What time is it here now?
9:08 a.m.
9:08 a.m. And this is from Google.
This is to Z from Burgos.
What does Google say?
Warm up on my dick. Hazte unos squats ahí.
Do some squats there.
Ahí, gordo.
Right there, Fanny.
And then he replies at 9:21 a.m. question mark. Okay, no me des.
Okay, don't give it to me.
9:23 a.m. from Z to Burgos. Why you call and hang up? 9:24 a.m. To Z from Burgos. Because I realize you're just gonna deny me. So pa que me ilusiono con el fake.
So why do I get my hopes up with the fake?
So 9:32 a.m. from Z to Burgos. Please, you confuse me with some other bitch. And he responds, question mark. So 9:39 a.m. from Z. Okay. Burgos responds at 9:39 a.m. Ya cállate, Tis. Me dejaste con las ganotas otra vez.
Stop the tease. You left me with the wanting again.
So that's 9:39 a.m.
How close is that to 9:44?
It's about 5 minutes. 5 minutes to 9:44.
So it's getting near the third show this time.
Correct. Next is from yes. Okay, so that message is from Z at 12. Hermoso.
Beautiful.
That should be 11:51 a.m. It's a message from Rene Soup Alejandro, and it has pictures and GPS when you get the chance.
This is already after the call, the report.
Yes. Correct.
You're already on scene.
I'm already on scene. Correct.
Burgos is on scene.
Correct. I'm sorry. Okay, it's 12.
Sorry, okay, it's
p.m. and it's a message from Burgos to Soup Alejandro. I didn't take a picture and they're not letting me. At 12:01 to Z, Dine. I think she meant to say Dime. 5:01. I'm sorry, 12 p.m. to Z, Dime.
Tell me.
It's at 12:05 p.m. from Z. I miss you.
4:05 p.m. At this time, the Dominic's body been found.
Yes.
The crime scene is being processed.
No, correct. That's a correction. Dominic's body has not been found. It's an approximate time.
Okay. What's next at 4:05?
That 12:05 is from the supervisor in Alejandro. Is the net cleared? To the supervisor Alejandro. Clear it for me. From Rene Soup Alejandro. 10-4. And from Rene Soup Alejandro at 12:08 p.m. Second dead body found? Question mark. And at 12:09 p.m. to supervisor Alejandro from Burgos. Yes,
Burgos is answering the supervisor that the second dead body, the body of the baby, has been found.
that's correct.
What happens next?
At 12:09 p.m. to Z. I miss you. I miss you too.
Who sends that message?
Burgos.
After that message,
From Rene Soup Alejandro at 10-4, responding to his previous message. It's 12:12 p.m. and this message is from Z to Burgos. I mean it. 12:12 p.m. Rene Sup Alejandro, send me coordinates for the second body, for the second subject. (12:13 p.m.) This is a message from Burgos to Sup Alejandro. Scene is secured. They don't let us contaminate. 12:13 to Rene Sup Alejandro. A correction from Rene Sup Alejandro. Cool. At 12:14, Burgos to Z. Yo a ti.
Me too.
12:15 p.m. To Z. Question mark. And 12:18 to 12:18 p.m.
18 p.m.
From Z.
Question mark.
So message at 12:22 p.m. from Rene Sup Alejandro. Were they wearing clothes that looked like IA? Question mark. I believe it's illegal alien. From Rene Sup Alejandro, was their clothes wet? Question mark. And Burgos responds to Sup Alejandro, hard to tell, stand by. PD is saying she might be USC, United States citizen. This is a message from Rene Sup Alejandro, 10-4. This is at 12:45 p.m. From Uribe Supervisor. Ronald, who from BP was on scene, and how many were on scene prior to PD declaring it a crime? Is there a case number we can get from PD? From Burgos responds, Burgos, Lara, Dennison, Herndon, Smith, and Victor Barbarena from Intel. Only me, Lara, and Smith arrived on scene first. This is from Uribe Sup at 12:49 p.m. Have all agents departed the declared crime scene? And at 12:51 p.m., Sup Adia sends a message. Pics? Question mark. From Sup Adia at 12:51. I mean, for me.
By this time, he's already communicated to Supervisor Padilla, Supervisor Ali, and Supervisor Uribe.
Correct. 12:52 p.m. to Uribe Sup. Not yet. PD taking statements. And he gives our case number, PD case number 8810. And this is from Rene Sup Alejandro at 12:59 p.m. 10:18. Not from Border Patrol. And at 12:59 p.m. to Sup Alejandro, PD case number 8810. At 1 o'clock p.m. from Rene Sup Alejandro, 10-4. At 1 from Uribe Sup, 10-4, thanks. And then at 1:12 p.m. to Amy, there's a nasty situation. Just so you know, I'm busy. I'll let you know once I get home.
A nasty situation.
Amy responds at 1:35 p.m. Okay. At 1:36 p.m. from Z, ¿Cómo se mira mi popis?
How does my, I'm sorry, did you say pompis?
Yes, I believe you meant to put popis.
How does my butt look?
Origin 561. 561 is the image.
Correct.
And this is at what time?
That was at 1:37 p.m.
Where are you at the point of your investigation at 1:37?
1:37. I would just say that is getting close to the time that he's detained. It should, yes.
At what time is it detained?
I mean, without looking at this, I could tell you it was at approximately 1:57.
1:57. Okay.
That's correct.
19 minutes before he detained.
Correct.
What about?
That's 1:38 p.m. to Z from Burgos. Dame.
Give me.
That's 1:52 p.m. from Uribe Soup. Please advise agents of peer support should they need it. This includes yourself. That's a message to Rene Soup Alejandro, LPD Detective Ray Garcia, office number, cell number, taking over scene. That's me. That should be at 5 p.m. That's
Now, at any point in time during this investigation, did you all interview Mr. Burgos' wife?
Yes, we did.
Okay, and what day was that interview done?
On that same day on April 9th, 2018.
Okay. Was it in the afternoon or the evening?
It would have been in the evening.
Okay. Did you get to observe Ms. Amy Burgos' interview?
Yes, I reviewed the interview.
Yeah.
When she was interviewed, what was her emotional state? Was she advised of the murders?
Yes.
As I understand it, he did not personally.
I'm asking him if he observed the interview.
Observed it. We're gonna have to approach us to anticipate.
Sure, that would be fine. I'm going to show you what I marked as the exhibit 562, 563, 564, 565, 566, and 567.
Yes, I've seen these before.
And do these pictures accurately depict what's contained within them?
Yes, they do.
This location is Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
Residence.
When did you all go there?
We went on that day, April 9th, 2018.
Maintaining our prior objection. Yes, sir. I believe we have
I'm glad to know that his appeal was denied. Denied.
and the number with the prior objections was, I don't remember what was pre-trial. Yeah.
Thank you. So you all go to Mr. Williams' house, correct? Correct. Before I call this, these pictures show, explain the ladies and gentlemen what you all see around the house.
It's a messy house, and around the walls there are several damages, just from experience caused by a fist.
CCTV 563. 563.
Just the type of terror he was in the house. He punched those the walls and the holes in the walls when he's upset. Mm-hmm.
That's damage to the door.
As part of your investigation, were you able to determine if Mr. and this has been covered, but that was he in possession of child support documents?
Yes.
Do you know how many mailbox keys were found on Mr. Burgos?
Yes. Just one mailbox key that we found in his wallet.
Do you know who that key belonged to? If you know. If you know.
Yeah, it was a mailbox key that we later released to the wife, so I would say it would belong to the family.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you obtain any videos from Mr. Burgos' phone the night before going into past midnight before the murders?
Can you say that?
You dumped Burgos' phone.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
His activities the morning of or the night before the murders.
Yes.
Were there any videos of himself in his phone?
Yes. Well, not on the phone. On his Snapchat.
Okay, on his Snapchat. I'm going to show you if I can approach up. And the Snapchat was also downloaded, correct?
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked to 562. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 557. Ask you if you recognize that USB.
Is that number correct? I think you got 562 already.
Yeah, those are my initials. Yes, I recognize. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, this was pre-labeled, so I'll re-mark it with a new number. That would be now 568. Okay, I apologize for that. I'll show you now what's been marked as 568. You recognize that?
Yes. Yes. It's the data for that video. That's in that USB.
And you were saying this USB, you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And you viewed it?
I viewed it.
How do you know?
It has my initials on it.
Now we're going to offer 557 and 568.
And 567, 568 is the thumb drive?
Yes, it's an offer. And 568 is
Oh, 568 is the Yes, sir. Supervisor, go ahead.
So I want to have a quick.
That's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as.
Oh,
Just to refresh our memories before the break, I was asking you that in the investigation of your case and in investigating his phone, that you have found the video of him with his children.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 558 already.
Yes.
Permission to publish, right?
Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed, I said. Shut up, what are you crying for? You dramatic little shit. Go to bed.
Did you identify whose voice that is?
Yes.
Whose voice is that?
It's the voice of Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles.
Who else is in the video?
It is his toddler son.
Objection, Your Honor. What's the basis of knowledge?
Well, if you know. That's it, Your Honor. No further questions.
That's the witness can pass. Any questions?
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified now 2 times to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you testified today and last time that you did a phone dump of Ronald Burgos Aviles' phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered a lot of items during that phone dump.
Correct.
Okay. And you got a search warrant in order to take control and possession of that phone, correct?
A controlled possession search warrant
Yes, sir.
for the dump?
Well, you got a search warrant in order to search.
Yes. In order to search the phone, yes.
Okay. And I could just have. I think it's dates exhibit 559. It's still
559, 558. Everything's in the minutes But that's 558.
his course is kind of pointless.
Photo.
His cross is kind of pointless. So I don't even know if I want to sit through his cross because he's an idiot. I mean, yeah, that's just my feeling. That's the way I feel. So I'm just going to show like the sentencing of this guy, and then I'm going to end it there. I don't really care to see the defense. All of their stuff to me is just pointless. We're just going to just jump right to the end where he's getting sentenced, and then we're going to be done with this.
None of us know what this verdict is going to be. I'd like to please ask everyone, as difficult as this has been for many of you, I'd like for you all to please refrain from outbursts of any sort. I know that it's a very emotionally charged situation, and I understand it. I can never place my shoes in yours, but please respect the process and the outcome. Members of the jury, did you select the presiding juror? Please stand. Madam Presiding Juror, did the jury of your peers, 12 of you, did you deliberate in accordance with my instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was a unanimous verdict reached? Was a unanimous verdict reached?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was the verdict forms filled out in accordance with my instructions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign them?
Yes, sir.
Did your signature reflect the decision, the unanimous decision of this jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please hand the verdict forms to the bailiff. Thank you for your service. In cause number 2018 CRA 852D1, in the case of the state of Texas versus Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, the jury has returned a unanimous verdict. I'm about to read the verdict of this jury on punishment as to count number 1. Special issue number 1 on count 1. Whether there is a probability that the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, would commit criminal act of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. Answer, yes. Signed by the foreperson. Answers to special issue number 2. Whether taking into consideration all the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant, there is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than a death sentence be imposed. Answer, yes. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. Verdict on punishment as to count number 2. Special issue number 1. Whether there is a probability that the defendant, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, would commit criminal acts of violence that would constitute a continuing threat to society. Answer, yes. Signed by the foreperson of the jury. As to special issue number 2. Whether taking into consideration all the evidence, including the circumstances of the offense, the defendant's character and background, and the personal moral culpability of the defendant, there is a sufficient mitigating circumstance or circumstances to warrant that a sentence of life imprisonment without parole rather than a death sentence be imposed. Answer, yes. Signed by the foreperson of this jury. Thank you. Ma'am, you may be seated. Members of the jury, you heard me read your verdict. It is a unanimous verdict. I'd like for you all to raise your right hand, the members of the jury, not the alternates, who in fact will indicate to me that this is your individual verdict. Please raise your right hand now. Thank you. The record reflects that all 12 members of the jury have raised their right hand. Members of the jury, thank you very much for your service. In a minute, I'm going to ask Mr. Littlefield to send you back into the jury room for some final words and some documents that we need to also give you. While you do that, I am going to, in fact, do the sentencing as a result of your verdict. I now need to sentence the defendant. So you don't have to be here when that occurs. You can start heading back into the deliberation room and wait for me there while I do that, or you may choose to remain, however you like. Do you like to go back or stay? Thank you. You bring the defendant forward, please. Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles. You heard me announce the verdict of the jury with regard to both counts of this indictment. It is now my job to sentence you in accordance with that indictment, with that verdict. Do you understand that? The jury answered both counts 1 and 2 with regard to question number 1. Yes. The jury also answered as to both counts 1 and 2 on question on special issue number 2. Yes. As a result of that, after being found guilty by this jury of 2 counts of capital murder, and after giving us the verdict that they have just announced, it is my job now to pronounce sentence. As to count 1 of capital murder, and as a result of the sentence of the verdict of the jury, you will be sentenced on count 1, that's the capital murder, to a term of life without the possibility of parole. As to count 2, after being found guilty of capital murder, and after hearing the verdict from the jury on phase 2 of this trial, you will also serve a term of life without the possibility of parole. Your sentence will start immediately. And now ask the sheriff's office to take you back to the Webb County Jail to be processed in accordance with our procedures and transported to the facility as soon as possible. Court call. Thank you. Please have a seat. Ready. Sure.
All right. So that is the end of that is Grizelda and little Dominic on the screen, and that brings us to a close for the rewind of the Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles trial. Thank you all for watching. As I stated, I will be doing the rewind of the Judge Lance Mason, I think I may start that tomorrow. That's not a long case at all. Like I said, it's 2 separate cases, but because he pled guilty, it's 1 day for one and another day for another. There is video of him getting arrested. For the first crime that he committed against his wife, when he assaulted her, she got away. And there's another video that's not that long either of when he got released and when he unalived her in front of her children. So they actually have 2 videos, and then there are a video for each, and then there's a video for each showing him in court for each, and they're not long videos either. So I think I'm going to possibly, I am going to take a look at that case tomorrow. I will post the thumbnail, and it will be shared to Twitter as well, to let you know what time I'm looking. Probably like around 3 or 4, not this late. But I do thank you all for being here. Thank God, goodness, this guy is where he needs to be, and never to be released. He doesn't need to be on the street again. He didn't, to bring up his family now is a moot point. You weren't thinking about your family when you were cheating and doing all sorts of things and basically torturing them. You saw the walls, the holes in the walls in his house. He caused those because he gets angry. He punches walls or whatever. You saw how he spoke to his young child, calling him a little piece of, SH, just all the way wrong, all the way around. Heartless, no soul, and he's where he needs to be. So thank you all for sticking it out with me and getting to the end of that case. And as I stated, I will post for the next rewind. You will be able to see it when, after I post it. Thank you all. And it wouldn't be me if I didn't tell you to make sure you guys get your mammograms, feel your boobies to make sure that you are all right. All right. And don't you dare let anybody come into your house and disturb the peace that passes all understanding. I am Survivor Speaks, and I'll see you guys in the next rewind, live or upload of a video. Peace.
Marvelous. cycle. I just might though, just like a Michael. Mama gone now, I'm thinking death is now we entitled. And it was me versus me, them battles had to fight through. And when you way in the dark, them demons try to fight you. But you can't let them when you gotta see